Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber for the 52nd day of the 108th Legislature, second session. Our chaplain today is Father Robert Barnhill, St. Wenceslaus Church in Wilbur, Senator Brandt's district. Please rise.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, I have knowledge, so will you show me now how to use it wisely and find a way somehow to make the world I live in a better place and make life with its problems a little bit easier to face. Grant me faith and courage and put purpose in my days and show me how to serve you in effective ways. So my education, my knowledge, my skill may find their true fulfillment as I learn to do your will. And may I ever be aware in everything I do that knowledge comes from learning and wisdom comes from you. Amen.
I recognize Senator Merman for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I call to order the 52nd day of the 108th Legislature, second session. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There is a quorum present, Mr. President.
Are there any corrections for the journal?
I have no corrections for the journal.
Are there any messages, reports, or announcements?
Yes, the Revenue Committee would report Legislative Bill 1305 to general file with committee amendments. The agency reports that have been filed with the legislature can be found on the legislature's website. And the list of all lobbyists who have registered as of March 27th, 2024 will be placed in the journal.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Also, Mr. President, I also have amendments to LB 388 by Senator Blood. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please proceed to the first item on the agenda.
Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 484A.
I have nothing on the bill.
I have nothing on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 484 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk. Members will go to final reading now. Please find your seat. Mr. Clerk, the first bill is LB 1188.
Gross Legislative Bill 1188, introduced by repeat total bill for calculating claims against state appropriate funds and payments for paying for fake claims authorized to write as claims for declaring emergency being not 56 section 1 following 7 money therefore may be required appropriate general fund for other funds indicated in state treasury on the North payment and infection settled by state claims would approve of the district court and settled by change of the district court which has payment and the new cards approve the payment of $100 million of the vindication claim CI 20 cheating state Nebraska Legislature more remain the POC for 30 and drive Sunday 2 and Lincoln Center general fund claims as change program to 592 and section 85 and the purpose claims section fund general fund cash from total $1,000 for section to the following seven rights there is required therefore for general funds to the state treasury not according to the payment works compensation closed settled by the change gentlemen the workers compensation court judgment legislature payment effective the works claim land Johnson Fremont Rail League by 61 to the works compensation for always 1 to 4,000 workers compensation payment outside wood 5 group of the street like Nebraska 65 to 40 billion half Lane Johnson the works compensation for 10,000 some 16 spent 4578 all 5 we flew to the Nebraska works compensation for all offense 100 works compensation Hanley law PC laws 1141 by each Nebraska 6508 this BF shut of the works compensation for all offense 250,000 works compensation claims by Dowling Norman street suit 42 linkage 55 this for the BF so the month then including the section of the program 593 and the H6 for the English person section fund $4 my general fund 0 cash for 0 wrong with the 604 164 the section of following some money therefore require the appropriation fund funds in state treasury on other private payments toward claim settled by the state claim board and approved by the district court and settled by the attorney general and the district court judge payment exemption which required approval of legislature payment 100 remaining claims to get the state payment the trust fund also new avenue Scott's Bluff Foundation for harmonies of the state claims the state Nebraska payment life insurance has Street Jersey City Jersey state insurance fund and claims state Nebraska specific life and the general fund Beachford California inheritance fund $1 million claims to payment to Omaha Nebraska Abigail comes up in state insurance home with Nebraska Carlson Blank LP 2 the street Omaha Nebraska 16 insurance fund claim cleans section paid program 594 and section 8 for the information constant $66 amount general fund 0 to cash for 0 following fund 7,650 to 407 mentioned district administrator authorship drop funds treasury numerous act favor beneficiary's name. The amounts set opposite the respective names and the presumption for several current appropriate shall be full payment in general classes for the state Nebraska officers, departments, assessors, and signs. So to the beneficiary respect to the favor appropriation made direction to award any item appropriation for relation to the state chamber. Official employees or successors assigned filled by the beneficiary respectively reports hereby instructed and amended in the that's indicated in other appropriate section 5. Following requests for 5 station permission write-off certain amount of state claims were approved for the following request. The 2077 Department of Transportation would request number 2004 for Department of Veterans Affairs 194,952 and request 2004 Department of Health Insurance 185,609 request number made with State Fire Marshal 931,000 with 307 request number made Department of Labor 1,476 for the request number 1024 265 made with Department of Labor Section 3. Since an emergency exists, this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1188 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armandares, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Boastar, Bostman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Calf, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, and Walls, Wishart. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Michaela, Kavanaugh, Decay, Hunt, and Wayne. Votes 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1188 passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 857.
Girls Legislative Bill 857, introduced by Duncan, 26 Boston, 25 East, 24 46, Montana, 647, DuBois, and 20 Bill for Acting Public Improvement, Section 68, S is revised to 2026, 68, 901, 68, 911, revised size creation of the plan of freedom of prosperity, defined terms from reduce support, house support, transference, birth, change, and temporary goodness, provision related to glucose monitoring, and medical assistance, act for use, Medicaid, managed care, access for the harmonized provision, repeal the section, be enacted by the people, state by Section 1, Section 68, 901, review, Section amended, read, 68, 901, 68, 901, 68, 9104, Section 2, to be known as medical assistance act section for section 2 of this action one adverse can be pregnancy, terminal healthcare risk, having an enriching outcome. Sorry, case management same defined section CFF and the existing January 1st, 2024 minute delivered in critical care provided prior to the new run credentialing act section 26 prenatal created with the Department of Health and Human Services purpose prenatal health reducing birth weight, birth and birth outcomes, also advising lifestyle behavior, dormant system, others that affects the health and well-being, mother and child program, terminate all efforts. 2028 section for the reversal of the prenatal birth included but not limited to 163 session nutrient counseling 260 psychosocial counseling support 3 education breast 4 breastfeeding support 4 target manager section 5 Department of Health should reverse other certain prenatal posture at risk mothers hands for 5 state plan wide waivers necessary no later than October 2024 implement program 64 Department has shows electronic submitted reported legislative report each year and beginning January 1st 2024 and then the prenatal published exclusive on the admin of the these choose sufficient birthday outcomes and other service section 2 intended legislative management Medicare access pathway from this established section 68 99 from this to put on this prenatal post program 68 911 review stress session and read 68 911 1 medical care and related services and Title 11 social security include knowledge a baby hospitals to be left and see nurse care facilities homes assistance clinical services Chief Physician Service, H8 Medical Clusters, Dentist, Nurse Practitioner, J November, Educated, Related Service, Medical Supply, Medical Health, should be a service early and pre-diagnostic screening, diagnostic treatment service, children on both physical health, diagnosis, service from Sarah over, rural health, which is going to go to qualified health care, and additionally, under the section medical assistant, privilege of related services, protection, not from just 23 of the Social Security Act, including which intermediate care facility development, homeland group, from disability debt service, personal care, medical purposes, visual logistics, speech therapy service, physical therapy service, chiropractic service, occupational service, open service, hospice, mental staff, abuse services, hearing screening, newborn, infant, child, and administration activities, and outreach to schools and education service through those preferred other Medicare systems. 3 July 20th, the Department of State Planning over the waiver of the federal medical care service provided the coverage medical coverage based on these secure bridges, super to the all eligible recipients value regard to the critical order by the mental health under the Nebraska laws. Receive such service for and October 1st, 2020, the Department of the Coastal State Department of Education shall submit a plan to the federal state medical services as necessary to provide for the district service plan or the screening, diagnosis, treatment services, nursing service, occupational therapy, personal care service, therapy service, rehabilitation service, speech therapy, and other services, individual speech, hearing, illustrations, and visual related service 5A no later than January 1st, 2023. Partnership by continuous glucose monitoring and the medical assist for all eligible recipients who participate in such device. Be effective January 1st, 2024. Eligible to include all individuals who made the local care determination find sections 18 after the federal legislative section section for 24 gestational diabetes section 10 legislation 600,000 will be appropriated annually for Medicare Medicines Fund prescribed section 69 for the purpose of implementation division the access 600,000 fund the medical managed profit fund on report January 1st 20 to seek federal approval and match funds under Medicare and produce services on state and postpartum codes to give us like 6 months in the subsection include department for submitting a state plan amendment for 12 months section 9 section 68 by section 722 news amendment 68 and 6 Medicare managed access fund. The fund shall be money from the state treasury pursuant to section 3, section 8, 95 for offset loss subdivision section, particularly addressing the healthcare needs and getting include fulfilling service, gaps, writing service, providing coverage, include close monitoring, term section 68, 911, sustaining care, Nebraska Prenatal Plus program, and chairman of the legislature fund, including the purpose described in section, any money in the funds, investment, state investment, offer student, Nebraska capital expansion, Nebraska and state investment fund, section 10, the original section 68, 9, and section 8, revised supplement 2002, and section 68, 901, and 68, 911 revised statute supplement 2023 are repealed.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 857 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bostrom, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holler, and Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Calc, Linehan, Lipcott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gill, and Walls, Wishart. Voting no, none, not voting, Senators Michaela, Kavanaugh, Decay, Hunt, and Wayne. Votes 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 857 passes. The next bill is LB 857A.
Gross legislative bill 857 introduced by 26 bill for an act relating appropriations and provision legislative bill 2100 legislative 2024 being active system issue by appropriate 57.445 from Medicare for funds 170,350 for federal fund fiscal year 24 and 20 from the Medicare managed access fund fiscal year 25 to assist the Department of Health Use Service program to aiding the provision legislative bill 851 legislative 2024 no expenses permit time for sub-redeemed state employees for the purposes of section 6 is hereby appropriated 2,437,408 for the Medicare for pension 3,986,600 for the federal funds fiscal 24 and 3,404 for the 473 for the Medicare fiscal funds 55146 for the federal funds for the Department of Health Use Service program 348 care provisional legislative bill 857 100 section 2025 include the appropriation bills of fiscal year 24-25 2,437,408 for the Medicare managed services 3,966,966 from the federal funds stated which included purposes and appropriation funds fiscal year 25-26 3,443 473 from the Medicare managed access for profit fund at 5,506 from the federal funds state aid, which shall only be used for such purposes. No expenditures for permanent and temporary salaries and per diems for state employees shall be made from funds appropriated in this section.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 857A pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Frederickson, Holler, and Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Salma, Vargas, Von Gill, and Walls, Wishart. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Not voting, Senators Kauth, Michaela Kavanaugh, Decay, Hunt, and Wayne. Vote is 43 ayes, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 857A passes. The next bill is LB 607.
Legislative Bill 607, introduced by McDonald, 5 bill for an act relating to public self-commission to amend section 751101, reissued statutes of 2020 to eliminate provisions relating to the annual grant amount from to 11 information referral now repeal the original be enough. It's in section 1, section 71101, reissued statutes 22 as amended, repeal 751101 for the purpose of section 2211 information referral network means statewide information referral network providing information public disaster emergency funds held the service provided for public industry the Shasta State Coalition of the Board grant annually 211 information referral network submitting application meets requirements section 3 as grant to the 211 information referral network shall the information referral section of the network at least annually selectively draw geographically index the service provided information kind of basis credit the meeting standards to the lines the information referral system similar organization provide for the grant established by service providers health human service state name address telephone number and organization web description type of service provider organization and information educate public with others to be served provided the geographic basis the grant may also provide access to network 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, throughout the shelf and website exercise 5, such created the 211 cash fund should be used solely for the purpose of providing grants pursuant to sections associated administrative costs all money for public service commission of such grants remain in the state treasury for credit. Such fund and any money in the fund available for the investment should be invested by the state investment office pursuant to the Nebraska Capital Expansion Act and Nebraska State Fund Investment Act, Section 2, original Section 751101, revised statutes cumulative supplement 2022 is repealed.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 607 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Holcroft, Hughes, Linehan, McDonald, McKinney, Byer, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillern, Walls, Wishart. Voting no, none, not voting Senators Albright, Bostelman, Clements, Hardin, Ibach, Jacobson, Kauth, Lippincott, Lowe, Mosier, Kayla Kavanaugh, Decay, Hunt, and Wayne. Vote is 35 ayes, no nays, 10 present not voting, 4 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 607 passes. The next bill is LB 644.
Girls Legislative Bill 644, introduced by McDonald, 5 Irish 7, bill for act relating to state site and building fund amendment, section 112, 146, reissued by 7, 2020, reissued for site and building fund, repeal the original section, declare emergency to enact by the section of section 161, 112, 146, reissued by 7, 2020, as amended, reads 112, 146, on the site and building development fund is created. The fund shall receive money pursuant to section 76903, may include revenue from the transfers, legislative grants, private contributions, payment of loans to other services, permanent house market funds, part of this comprehensive business development, social ministry fund, and any fund investment shall be invested by the state investment opportunities, Nebraska Capital Expansion and Nebraska State Funds Investment Access to these on the legislature transfer $5 million from the general fund site building development fund for fiscal year 2022, $5 million from the general fund site and building development fund for this year 2022. Such money shall be placed in sub-account site and building in the earmark for the use of the legislative or commercial ingestion of the municipal and one board of the legislation. The additional legislature appropriate $500,000 for site and building development fund for fiscal year 2024. Department enter one or more contracts to conduct conferences, studies, and benefit by large commercial and industrial sites in Nebraska Peninsula to attract major investment operating opportunities. Cities shall consider super sites income 501,000 acres and mega sites income more than 1,000 acres. Selections per site located west of the 100-meter meridian in Nebraska based on competitive selection process. Department should no later than December 2024 be the potential allocation of the infrastructure to be required for each site, including highway, rail, air transportation, loop to such water, wastewater treatment, electric, and natural gas popular with 50 miles site with each population sufficient to provide adequate works for the site and appropriate low state necessary to purchase an actual global cumulative sites targeting various sectors and then implement to the change of management fixed biocides water supply, change technology, aerospace, clean, automotive, clean energy, military support, and life. Some of these may include but not limited to land infrastructure, investment purpose study, and private strategic insights to enable the direct age investment in order to support the growth of transformational industries from Nebraska Director of Front Development to support the advisory committee represent Nebraska bill and organization equally represent each of Nebraska 3 conditions as property and have the potential improve so make say section 2 original section 81.12.146 revised statutes cumulative supplement 2022 is repealed. Section 3 since an emergency exists this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 644 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Duggan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Kalf, Linehan, Lippincott, McDonald, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wishart. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senators Albright, Lowe, McKinney, Kayla Kavanaugh, DeKay, and Hunt. Vote is 42 ayes, 1 nay, 3 present not voting, 3 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 644 passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 644A.
Gross Legislative Bill 644A, introduced by McDonald, 5 bill for acting appropriations, appropriate funds, and the candidate official legislative bill 644, 100, legislative section 24, to be enclosed and declared emergency to be enacted by the state of Nebraska, 61. Here, we're appropriated 500,000 for the site and building development, physical 2420. And 2 for the site and building development, 50 to 25 for the Department of Health and Development for the purpose of 603 and 80 reverse legislature bill 644. The legislature East Section 2025 no expenditure for permanent and temporary salaries and payments for state employees should be made from funds appropriated in the section 2 since an emergency exists. This act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 644A pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Duggan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Kalf, Linehan, Lippincott, McDonald, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wishart. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senators Albright, Ibach, Lowe, McKinney, Michaela Kavanaugh, DeKay, and Hunt. Vote is 41 ayes, 1 nay, 4 present not voting, 3 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 644A passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 834.
Gross Legislative Bill 834, introduced by Blood, 3 bill for active dentistry practice act, section 381123, reissued by section 38129, reissued by section 722, to set requirements for residents, harmonized provision, repealing the section being active section 168. 312901 for residents from the Ministry 282901. The Department of Recommendation appropriate board to temporary credential mentally special applies with meets requirements pending on credential under the Uniform Credentialing Act section and unapplied as a license jet practice essentially include license under section 381123.2. Military spouse just following with his application under application council to A copy of his dependent application independence of the spouse of active duty member of the United States Armed Forces. B copy his spouse mentally active is copy of his credential and jurisdiction applicable rules regulations growing governing credential and D copy of the fingerprints the duration size 38131 to the Department of the recommended appropriate board terms of open spouse to serve as active duty member. United States Armed Forces and assigned to the jurisdiction by holds by the credential of the jurisdiction, similar strange professional uniform credentialing and uniform regulation adopted probably and it's submitted for the criminal background check. Section 38 the Department of Justice the applicant should not be required to pay any fees pursuant to the uniform credentialing after the temporary credential. Initial regular credential is with fingerprint and criminal background check. Initial license section 381 through 1. The temporary under the section shall be valid and applications granted connection proven rejected not exceed 1 year section 2 of section 1124 reissued by section 703 1123. The Department of Security Board serves the reissued by resident license purpose for this proof of graduation with doctorate degree in management accredited school due to normally accredited dentistry purpose community residency dentistry passes and examination boards consistent of National Student Examination Parts 1 2 of the underground dental examination as administered in the American Dental Association Joint Commission under the dental examination past the practical examination which central dental service data regional and practical examination for the board for past jurisprudence examination practice rules and governing practice of dentistry and dental hygiene will be selected in another jurisdiction. The condition would grant equivalent to the requirement of the state of Nebraska to retain a license practice dentistry and surpass the jurisdiction that is made for as long as the regulation can do the practice dentistry and dental hygiene to credit conscientiously put the board in any purpose from the regional practice examination. The person who makes the application department. Such application will accompany a required fee to the issue the period 1 year and under to determine any of the delays having renewal fee. For instance, exceed 10 title of the practice entry, including driving legal legends or control substance only under the auspices of postgraduate register program in which he is enrolled. 69 applicant license, which has completed postgraduate register for dentistry credit, local school dentistry, dentistry applicants, only clinical dentistry, the purpose of section 38.1 1117, Section 3, original Section 38, 1123, reissue revised statutes of Nebraska, and Section 38, 12901, revised statute cumulative supplemental 2022 are repealed.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 834 pass? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendaris, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bosman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Kaut, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wayne, Wishart. Voting no, none, not voting, Senators Michaela, Kavanaugh, Decay, and Hunt. Vote is 46 ayes, no nays, 3 excused, now voting, Mr. President.
LB 834 passes. The next bill is 839.
Gross legislative body 39 inch by law 37 bill for Article 36 given suspend section 2 12 reissue by statute provisional and appointment qualification remove the members of commission change provisionally in the executive commission with the section of emergency be directed by the people of the state of Nebraska section 1 2 to reissue by statute 1201 and hereby created the state racing gaming commission per section 2 1201 and 212 to commission state racing gaming commission 2 section 7 reported by the governor subject to the confirmation majority members of the legislature may after opportunity be heard remove the case classified by the governor. Violation member of the commission section 2 to the malfeasance neglect should be considered as cause for new person of the commission holding after appointment or holding any other office position in the laws of the state and any other state of the United States. One member of the commission be appointed to the congressional district section appointed January 1st, 2022. Four members of the commission appointed large term as follows. Any members of the second candidates who is appointed either April 2027 until March 31st, 2014 until the section appointed qualified thereafter the term of the member representing the district before he's his or her section appointed qualified section by the members of their credential who is appointed on or before 2020 less shall serve for 2015 until his successor appointed qualified either the term of the member representing the district 4 years until he is or she appointed qualified. See the member representing the first connection who is appointed on January 1st, 2012 serve until March 31st, 2026 until his section appointed qualified either the term member representing the district before years until his section appointed qualified to later than 60 days and the for the governor shall appoint one at large most 7 to March 1st, 2020 until his section appointed qualified members shall be 4 years until his successor appointed qualified. No later than 2025 gentleman shall appoint one allowance shall serve until March 31st, 2024 until his successor appointed qualified. Thereafter, the chairman such bench for 4 years until his successor appointed qualified, and no later than 60 days after March, May 2021 shall appoint 2 additional at-large members who shall serve until March 31st, 2025 until their successor appointed qualified. Such experience Nebraska gaming shall experience Nebraska horse racing is thereafter the chairman such at-large members will be 4 years until their successor appointed qualified. Section 3. No more than the first member of the commission belong to the same political, no more than 3 of the same minister reside when appointed in the same congressional district, no more than 2 of the same minister resides in Norwood County, and vacancy filled by the appointment by the governor to one extended expired term. The commission's compensation of the commission shall be 1,000 per month, which will be adjusted for every 2 years of the rent to change the consumer price index for the urban raising energy clerk workers for the only period of June 30th, 2022 for the adjustments which shall be reimbursed and expenses to the permits that just provided section 811174 and 811172 members should be bonded and insured as required by section 721 the personal finance institution and license rate checks closed authorized gaming operation by Nebraska Rating Government Duration members term section 262-1202. Which by statute amended to read section 1202 under the commission select one of the chairperson thereof and be allowed to employ other system employees meeting the SKI provisions of 221 section 1218 the Nebraska Gaming Act. Section 9201 the commission shall employ the executive director selected by the commissioner except grounds approval of the district shall devote full-time in the duties of officer not engaged in any other business profession. Will any state public to be served in the proceedings. The commission reserve the books, records, and documents entrusted to the executive director. Performing such duties, the commission shall prescribe an executive direction for summons may fix condition of the permits and duties and no fixed murder, which shall be authorized to pay compensation to the executive and also the compensation of the employees subject to the prohibition of the commission of the office place of them stay and determine these 8 times per year. Search the commission appointed the prohibition investigators commission agents security personnel deemed necessary to administer under the horse racing Nebraska to the next section 9 sufficient and then the appointing proxy personnel should perform the descent by the commission. 6 all personnel appointed by the commission will be on as required by 11 officers to the commission. Certain personnel should be wasted in private law enforcement to get up for this law and state administered by the commission. Section original section 21201 21202 reissue by statute of Nebraska repealed section 4 since emergency exists. This act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 839 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holler, and Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibaugh, Jacobson, Kalp, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillern, Walls, Wayne. Voting no, none, not voting. Senators Kayla, Kavanaugh, DeKay, Hunt, and Wishart. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 839 passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 894.
Gross legislative bill 894, introduced by Ibaugh, 44, Hughes, 24, McKay, 6, Bill for Lane County Sheriff's Mass, Section 23, 1701, 23, 1701, 35, 30, reach by Section 32, 64, reach by sub 27, change provisional election, appointment qualification, training county, officers, harmonized provision of the years, for the state of Nebraska, Section 1. 23, 1701, reach by Section 1, read 22, 1701, to do the sheriff for serving otherwise execute laws, according to term rights, legal process, and lawful authority, and direct the committee to provide other states required by law. The county sheriff shall have the annual inventory statement of the county personal his and her custodian professional price, 23, 346, 23, 3 section elected November 1980, just down to arrest and ceremony, which he used to pass election sheriff of the sheriff of Island County, for which he holds office. There's no county sheriff election pursuant to 23, or if the vacancy occurs no other reason, the county board may appoint a law official qualified pursuant to section 2017 from the county sheriff makes such appointment. The county board shall enter the contract appointment for sheriff and contract specify the terms of appointment, including compensation appointed sheriff for compensation, not just section 2311. 1402, 2311, 1406, section 2, section 23, 1701, to reissue by session. Some was amended to read, so 23, 1701, and again to the office sheriff and a sheriff appointed under subsection 3, section 22, 1701, should possess law for credit diploma issued by the Nebraska Professional Law Enforcement Criminal Justice and issued by the Director of Law Enforcement Training Center, certified the candidate's program and duly and certificated diploma should be filed with candidates. Candidate filing form requires section 36, and appointment with the contract entered into section 32, 22. 1701, each sheriff should attend the sheriff constituted conduct by the Nebraska State Training Center, team certificate court of the Nebraska Commission on Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice. Testing and satisfaction completion of the course within 8 months after taking office, unless the sheriff has already been awarded certificate by the Commission. Testing and satisfaction completion, unless the sheriff can demonstrate the Nebraska Police State and Supervisors County his or her provisions, training, and education so that he would professionally discharge the duties of officers prior to this January. July 1928, which has been required to donate certificate awarded by the Commission. Testing and satisfaction completion, sheriff course, but not other section. Section 8 shows the 10th continuing education, section 8, 141407, each investigative sheriff term for office. For unless sheriff's name should get signed compliant subject 2 or 3 of the section obtain a waiver training requirements council. Any sheriff violates section 2 or 3 of the section of push equals to monthly salary. Each month violation carries council separate offense section 3502. Which rights officers. As I'm going to read 32.520, except for in section 32.52, where county sheriffs are elected in each county statewide general district. 1990 4 years to have the county commissioner sheriffs to orientate to success elected qualified county sheriff meeting qualification found in section 2371, 7371, with the county sheriff should elect the partisan ballot section 4, section 32604, reissued by Human 722 is amended to read 3264, when except for in section 2 for the 7 notes person we include being elected. Point 2 are holding elected office, reason he has been elected, point holds an elected office. Section no person summary of the member of the legislature and elected office described in Article 4, section 120, Article 63 of the Constitution, to serve in any other elective office. 7 person may summon to serve in another elective office field in election conjunction with the annual meeting of the public legislature to become serving the member of the legislature and the elective office. Described next to 5 section in the Article 6 of the Constitution residents of the elective office, except elective office filed in election conjunction with the annual meeting public body office first help with the income should be engaged for no person or high elected sheriff. Some will serve on any high elective office except that a county chairman the county attorney more than one person, one of the subsection 2, section 2212, the county sheriff serve the county sheriff from more than one county appointed under subsection 3, section 231701, notwithstanding subsection 4 of this section, any person holding more than one high elected office on July 5, 2020, to serve the remainder of all terms which is appointed section for the first section, elected office to the meeting found in section 32901. These officers fill the election conduct annual meeting public access legislation, not including my learning community coordinating council appointed with subsection 57 of section 3254, 601, January 5, 2017, and be high if it means a member of the legislation. Article 4, section 1, and Article section 3 or 4 of the Constitution of Nebraska County, City, Village, County, Cities, Community College Area, Lending Community, Regional Metropolitan Transit Authority, or School District elective office, section 5, Rental, section 231701, 231701, 32 520, reissue revised statute Nebraska and section 32604, reissue of state statutes cumulative supplement 2022 are repealed.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 894 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armandaris, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibaugh, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillern, Walls, Wayne. Not voting no, none. Not voting Senator Sanders, Michaela Kavanaugh, Decay, Hunt, and Wishart. The vote is 44 ayes, no nays, 1 present not voting, 4 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 894 passes. The next bill is LB 906.
Gross Legislative Bill 906, introduced by Repeat 12, bill for regulating child labor laws, section 48, 311, 48, 312, reissue by statute, exchange penalty, private enforcement, Department of Land, repeal the section B, not section, Nebraska section 1, section 48, 311, reissue by statute, amended to read 48, 311, whoever child employed 16 years of age, whoever having any issues to control the child, such age causes permits such child to be employed in violation, section 48, 302, to 48, 313, guilty of class 1 misdemeanor, who employ a child in violation, a subsection after being notified of intent not to work by the Department of Labor and Assistance Employees is for the every day thereafter, the employee continues guilty of class 1 misdemeanor, the failure to employ a child to produce upon request, birth, and offspring have been the same employment certificate of the list in which section of the Supreme Fish evidence of legal employment of any child whose employment should not produce or whose name is not listed, any corporation retaining employment. So if it's in violation, section guilty class 1 misdemeanor, every person authorized or required to sign it to state certification prevent sections knowing certifies and makes oath. Number 2, falsely therefore violates section is guilty of class 1 misdemeanor. Every person who refuses to admit this person is authorized to visit the respective premises, place business under the provisions such section to British all service list he or she may have demanded after such person has announced his or her name in office, he shall as a purpose his or her that otherwise constructs person to perform to the described under section guilty of a class 1 misdemeanor, section 2, section 48, 312, reissued by section of amended to read 48, 312, the present child under 16 of the parent apparently at work in place of employment as defined in section 48, 301 is prima facie his or employment there, the Department of Labor and Age, the employment of his or any attendant software may visit place of employment to rest whether the children in contrary to section 48, 302 to 48, 313 and such attended off reporting in case of legal employment to the department and county attorney, the commission of the labor makes penal records from any employers specified violence sections 48, 302 to 48, 313, section 1, original section 48, 311 and 48, 312, reissue revised statutes of Nebraska repeal.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 906 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armandaris, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibaugh, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillern, Walls, Wayne. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Michaela Kavanaugh, Decay, Hunt, and Wishart. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 906 passes. The next bill is LB 1004.
Gross Legislative Bill 1004, introduced by Hanson, 16, Holleran, 33, Albright, 17, vote for accolade in the Nebraska Rules of Road Amendment, section 66, 279, 66, 282, revision section 23, change provision relating to protect elements, eliminate obsolete for time and finish repeal the section, declare emergency be an occupancy decision by section 1, section 166, 279, reissue by sub 23, amended to read 66, 279, person shall be able to open and highway and state unless person is a right protect helmet time design manufacturers use operate such vehicles some secure properly on the user's head with the chin straps of the vehicle and motions on such straps some designs regis injury user ability head impacts and restrict to correct the user many on the user's head. Affecting ability to suspend the force and impact such helmet exists lining padding and chin straps to mean extended straps and STS department chin strap middle for the motor vehicle standards number 21849C so far 571 218 motorcycle helmets for B1 at least 21 years of age, and the 2A has a Nebraska Class M license and received Class M license prior to May 1st, 2024, including Motor Safety Foundation 3-hour basic course has been approved with Safety Collision Department. Motor vehicle proof this completion in a manner approved by the Department. B has Nebraska Class M license received such Class M license on R. After May 1st, 2024, completed the basic motorcycle safety course and further motorcycle safety education action been approved by the Police Department. Motor proof such assertion being a manner approved by the Department of Such license to operate motor vehicles by the Department of Safety or some non-passenger motor moped at highway and state unless a such person practice the 97 Division 1A, the section or such person 21 years of age and person obtaining the motor moped is person prescribed in subsection 1B of the section for motor vehicles to modify the existing system department on January 1st, 24. Allow the date of completion of such course recording the person's group from section 68.4.3. Person not operating motor moped on the highway of the state unless the person employs one of the following forms: eye protection, A, glass cover, the death board, the region, person's face, B, pursuit to attach the correction of G goggles. G windshield motors and moped protects the operating passenger cars in the line of vision. Operator for 6 years when to read 66.282 if one person but for section 124 section 66 legal 3 fraction is defined section 29.431 should be fined $250,000 $250 for each violation of subsection 124 section 66.279 should be accomplished on secondary to operate a motorcycle moped cited charged with violation of some other offense unless violates a person under the age of 18 or any portion of the motorcycle mode does not design intended for the use of passengers when the motorcycle or moped is in motion. Section 3 original section 60-6279 and 60-6282 revised statute supplement 2023 or repealed. Section 4 since an emergency exists. This act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1004 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye. Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Brandt, Brewer, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibot, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, Meyer, Merman, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, Walls, Wayne. Voting no, Senators Boskelman, John Kavanaugh, Frederickson, and Raybold. Not voting, Senators McKinney, Mosier, Reapy, Michaela Kavanaugh, Hunt, Wishart. Votes 39 ayes, 4 nays, 3 present not voting, 3 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1004 passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 1102.
Reading Girls Legislative Bill 1102, introduced by Congress 46 bill for the days of October declared October 17th, Nebraska missed the first day, and May 19th is El Malik, El Shabazz, Malcolm X Day, being actively pursued sexual active services to be recognized. Nebraska missed the first day, and breakfast was not only for the principals, but also for their family, friends who deal with the trouble of having their loved ones go missing without chase. This day was trusted on December 16, May 19th, research for recognizes El Hajj Malik, El Shabazz, Malcolm X Day, and shall be set apart to the holding institutions to bless those schools, state and recognition of the sacrifices of the late Nebraska Hall of Fame inductee El Hajj Malik, El Shabazz, Malcolm X, and his contribution to the betterment of society.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1102 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye. Senators Aguilar, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bosman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, and Walls. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Albright, Lippincott, Wayne, Michaela Kavanaugh, Hunt, Ibon, Wishart. Vote is 42 ayes, no nays, 3 present not voting, 4 excused not voting.
LB 1102 passes. The next bill is LB 1204. The first vote is to dispense with the at-large reading. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, 5 nays, dispense with the at-large reading, Mr. President.
The at-large reading is dispensed with. Please read the title.
Gross Legislative Bill 1204, introduced by John Kavanaugh, and Bill for Enacting Law amends Section 9402, 9, 422, 426, 427, 429, 502, 511, 823, 28, 1105, 501, 28, 14, 22, 28, 14, 29, 53, 1, 2, 3, 01, 59, 1, 15, 23, 77, 40, 03, 77, 74, 06, 12, 77, 40, 13, 17, 19, 20, reissued by Section 28, 14, 18, 11, 28, 14, 20, 25, 84, 77, 12, 5, reissued by Supplemental Sections 53, 101, 5103, 123, 16, 77, 41, 77, 40, 25, reissued by Supplemental 23, define redefined terms, change provisions related to the Nebraska Lottery and Raffle Act, and Nebraska Small Lottery and Raffle Act to provide for the anonymity of witness and certain prizes under the state lottery act to prohibit actions relating to the unlicensed tobacco products manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers, change provisions relating to the insurance for revocation, forfeiture, certain tobacco license to provide conduct related to the controlled counterfeit controlled substance to provide delivery, sales, and nicotine delivery to provide crimes, packaging, and advertising such as some provide crimes to liquidation authorized from Miss Ranker Distillery and holder and manufacturer license operator house under the Nebraska Liquor Control Act to require certification manufacturer the electronic nicotine delivery system in the Nebraska Products Tax Act, provide duties for the manufacturers, provide powers and duties to tax commissioners, provide penalties, provide public records disclosure provisions required as prescribed, change provision, harmonize provision to eliminate provisions relating to the small lottery to repeal the original section, outright repeal section 9, 5, 10, reissue revised statutes in Nebraska.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1204 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bostelman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Doran, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calif, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wayne. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Michaela Kavanaugh, Hunt, Ibon, Wishart. Votes 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1204 passes. The next bill is LB 1204A.
Gross Legislative Bill 1204H by Kavanaugh J. 9, Bill for Enacting Appropriation to the Lincoln Provincial Legislative Bill 1204 Legislature Section 2024 being enacted repeals to Nebraska Section 1 this year by appropriated $482,013 from the Tobacco Products Administrative Cash Fund fiscal year 24-22. $166,130 from the Tobacco Products Administrative Cash Fund fiscal year 25-26 to the Department of Revenue for Roads 102A in the Provincial Legislative Bill 1204 108th Legislature Section 2024. Total expenditure for the permanent salaries and per diems from funds appropriated this section not exceed $86,400 for fiscal year 24-25 or $86,400 for fiscal year 25-26. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Bostelman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Doran, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calif, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wayne. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Michaela Kavanaugh, Hunt, Ibon, Wishart. Votes 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, B
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1204A pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bostman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, DeKay, Dorn, Dover, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Count, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Dungan, Wayne, Michaela Kavanaugh, Hunt, Ibach, and Wishart. Senator Wayne voting yes. Senator Dungan voting yes. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1204A passes. The next bill is LB 1215. The first vote is to dispense with the at-large reading. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, 6 nays, dispense with the at-large reading, Mr. President.
The at-large reading is dispensed with. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Gross Legislative Bill 1215, introduced by Hanson 16, vote for Accolade and Public Health Amendment sections 38, 142, 32, 48, 38, 28, 97, 28, 104, 42, 371, 1, 71, 211, 71, 212, 71, 17, 71, 20, 71, 2201, 71, 23, 71, 434, 7601, 71, 3608, 37, 13, 71, 36, 42, reached by statute supplement 28, 441, 2014, 40, 31, 146, 21, 38, 2242, 71, 605, 71, 24, 25, 24, 78, 805, 5, reached by supplement 2026, 38, 111, 131, 38, 1801, 38, 1812, 38, 2801, 36, 68, 911, 71, 16, 12, 71, 24, 79, reached by supplement 2023, to help the dietitian licensure compact and the physician's PA licensure compact change requirements relating to the pharmacy inventories, prescriptions, controlled substance to provide change requirements relating to the issuance and renewal of certain credentials, the Uniform Credentialing Act, provide requirements of self-inspection of pharmacies, provide verification requirements of pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, chain age requirement, pharmacy insurance change registration requirements, pharmacy technicians, change procedural requirements, certain legislative drugs change private coverage under the medical assistance program, certain breast pumps, lactation visits, change examination requirement for original money fee under the healthcare facility licensure act, find fair change form, death certificate provide for the use of abstract deaths, prescribed change requirement, prescription drugs monitoring change requirement for person communicable tuberculosis change provides as part of the juice, Department of Health and Human Services relating to care, maintenance, treatment, person communicable tuberculosis change requirement relating to telehealth consultation, Department of provisions to provide an operative date to repeal the original section and to declare an emergency.
All procedures of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1215 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye. Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Bostar, Bosman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holler, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calf, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wayne. Not voting, Senators Boston, DeBoer, Mosier, Michaela Cavanaugh, Hunt, Ibaugh, and Wishart. Senator Boston voting yes. Senator DeBoer voting yes. Senator Mosier voting yes. It was 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1215 passes with the emergency clause. Senator Dorn would like to announce and recognize some guests in the North Balcony, fourth graders from Freeman Elementary in Adams. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. The next bill is LB 1313.
Gross Legislative Bill 1313, introduced by Dover, 19, Aguilar, 35, Albright, 17, Armendariz, 18, Ballard, approving Bill 3, Boston, 25, Boston, 29, Boston, Boston, 23, Brent, 30, Brewers, 43, Columbus, Chief County, 46, 8, 49, Duke, Board, 68, Dorn, Dungan, 26, Frederickson, 2235, Hanson, 16, Hardin, 40, Holcroft, 46, Lewis, 25, Abbott, 40, Jacobs, California, Glenn, 49, Lemon, 34, Lowe, 30, McDonald, 5, McKinney, 11, Meyer, 41, Mosier, Armin, 6, Raples, 28, for UPC, Anderson, Repeat 12, Sanders 45, Solomon 1, Vargas 12, Again 4, Walls 15, Wayne 13, both fact related to health benefits and to exempt certain health benefit insurance regulation being actively pursued by Section 1. Health benefit plans is not insurance and except provided in the session, not subject to law regarding insurance of a health insurance provides health insurance self-funded administrative entity licensed third-party administrator under the Third-Party Administrator Act and B. Health benefits sponsored by nonprofit agricultural organization, affiliated nonprofit organizations, one domicile in the state. 2 is created primarily to promote programs development of rural communities and economic stability and Spain with farmers in the state pursuant to the corporation. 3 is to provide membership opportunities to eligible persons in each county in the state. 6 for collects and reduce from its members. 5 holds out of regulation for this purpose. 6 for the representation governing board and any community such board and general contracts to party administration having the substitution aid of social administration health benefit plan chief for providing health benefits on self-funded plan. An organization files for Department of Health Insurance for vesting organization met the requirements section of Section 5 lists some tried in the Department of Insurance to address assuming health benefit on this healthcare benefit coverage section reading insured by a company authorized to do business. Station 4. Any health benefit on application coverage contract provided member shall permanently state the following: a health benefit is not insured, health benefit not authorized by an insurance company, health benefit not subject to laws and rules governing insurance, and D, the health benefit is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Department of Insurance.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1313 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holler, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calf, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls. Not voting, Senators Meyer, Wayne, Michaela Cavanaugh, Hunt, Ibaugh, and Wishart. Senator Wayne voting yes. Vote is Senator Meyer voting yes. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1313 passes. The next bill is LB 851.
Gross Legislative Bill 851, introduced by Jacobson, 42, bill for an act relating to the Department of Economic Development, Section 81, 121002, and reissue supplements, ordinance to change provision relating to internship grant for an operative date and for the section declared emergency being active, Section 1, Section 181, 121002, reissue by supplement, sub 22, amendment reads 8112-101-22, the intent is 8112-1 is 8110. 121003 is to provide students with the valuable internship opportunities to retain such students in Nebraska and interested in higher education for students full-time employment in Nebraska and direct workers in Nebraska business willing to pay internship to the applied Department of Grant Assistance in providing student internship if A, the business certifies the internship meets the definition of internship of Section 181-1201. Business provide for the student at least minimum hourly wage for the internship. C, the internship completed state of Nebraska internship will commit with a period no more than 44 months, and E, the internship will duration is sufficient to allow the student to gain this work experience knowledge. A, 3, the department to provide against internships reimbursed cost wage is less than 150 full-time equivalent to be the department's grant funds internships. Any business reimbursed cost of any such one of the first course to hire student internship pilots, transportation expense related internship, dating internship, administrative recruitment costs, fees, grant master just for $75,500 for business applied more than 2 grants. Same student should not be awarded more than 200 grants 12-month period to be the last student to complete business located in Nebraska in the college and institution of higher education. Students enrolled in this Nebraska 6 shall extend possible share the district grants under section 8112.1 and 8112.10 provide the equitable access to grants for geographic area to state. So the department shall extend the possible share the grants provided for 8112.1 and 8112.10 over internships to provide valuable learning opportunities to who will be asking employment, professional, technical field. Hey, the department shall allocate more than $100,500,000 for one fiscal year to the job training cash fund and set up accounts for purposes section. Permanent chief funds for private, public, and other source purposes section. Non-super of the qualified action plan January 1st. Such even number of years plan should add a minimum set forth the department's priorities, selection criteria for the work grant against internships in order to the question from across Nebraska to pursue internship. Plan should also include strategies for film American internships, students, universities, and other internships, higher education. Such strategies shall place an emphasis on marketing the underserved student population defined by the department. Of the plan department shall submit to the governor for approval. The department to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Labor for the 1st 2022 and ensure the exchange of available department letter to ensure throughout the continuing the pre-kindergarten and post-secondary education workforce department may utilize data and agreements under 679, 771, 85, 110, 85, 309, 85, 5, 15, 11. The department shall submit an annual board of government legislation report during July 1st each year, but not limited to description of the internship grant program under section 8112 Monday 8112 1003 under geographic the region of Nebraska listing the recipient internship court on the previous fiscal year. The department evaluation of the internship grants program under section 8112 1001 based on documented goals recipients for the spread of the legislation which submitted electronically. The department is required to provide periodic reports to enable the department for the requirements section of the person contain no information supported to the state and federal constitution and confidentiality laws. To all the department may enter in the contract Nebraska is non-profit and the purposes carrying out provisional section 811210 1 81121003 section 2. This act becomes operative on July 1st 2024. Section 4 original section 81121002 revised statutes cumulative supplement 2022 is repealed. Section 4 since emergency exists this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 851 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Gordon, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clemens, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Doran, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holler, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calith, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillern, Walls, Wayne. Voting no, none, not voting, Senators Michaela, Kavanaugh, Hunt, Ibon, Wishart. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 851 passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 877.
Gross Legislative Bill 877, introduced by Holcroft, 36 Bow Structure, 1 Lippincott, 34 Ballard, 21. But for related assessment property amendment, section 7734 and 7713 subdivision 5 subsection 2023, change provision related to the special value of agriculture, horticulture, land change original section, declared an emergency, being enacted with the state of Nebraska, section 1. Section 7713 variation 5 subsection 23 is amended to read section 7713 for the agriculture and horticulture centers actual value defined in section 7712 reflecting purposes of the use of horticulture purposes used to be centered providing subsection 3 section 7201 is line basic qualifications subsection application such special values field improved pursuant to section 1345 and North Land to qualify special values for the next B agriculture horticulture land A the land consists of 5 contiguous acres more or B the land consists of less 5 contiguous acres on release either the land to provide internal revenue service schedule after the other super tax act when reporting the profit and loss from farming throughout 2 of the last 3 years of such land to the eligible land for evaluation provision of section determined each year January 1st. If the land is so-qualified becomes disqualified on for January 1st of the year, the should receive the special values on January 1st of the following year following through the special valuation placed on land subject to county assessment. That section will be subject to the equalization county board of the equalization tax that review commission section 2 section 771347 reissued by statute supplement 2023 is amended to read 771347 upon approval of the application the county assessor by the land is required 771345 and the land becomes qualified for such veteran by 1 written notification applicant his assessor and the county assessor removes such right to the inclusion of land includes the corporate boundaries of any sanitary improvement district city or village except for the subdivision will not apply on or after July 1st, 2023, through the no qualified agricultural horticultural land or for the land that consists of less than 5 contiguous acres, the owner leasing the land, not providing an internal revenue service schedule for other suitable tax item, reporting your profit or loss from farming to the last 3 years, section 3, original section 771344 and 771347 by statute some of 2023 repealed. Section 4, since emergency exists, this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 877 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bosman, Brandt, Brewer, John Kavanaugh, Clemens, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Duncan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Jacobson, Calc, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Rabel, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, and Walls. Voting no, none, not voting, Senators Wayne, Michaela, Kavanaugh, Hunt, Ibon, Wishart. Senator Wayne voting yes. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays, 4 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 877 passes with the emergency clause. The next bill is LB 998.
Gross Legislative Bill 998, introduced by Congress 46, Bill for Acting State Government, Section 12, 81, 176, 81, 11, 08, 33, reached by Section 81, 12, 304, reached by Sub 23, adopted state except against act change of preliminary official and accepted against harmonized ridge prior now for day repeal the section now repeal Section 30, 241, 32, 242, and 3243, reached by Section Assembly being acted system Section 1, Section 1, 7 of this act be known side of state accepted against act section to the purpose of state acceptance to give tax private for the procedure specific to states to deny consumers on success cost and unnecessary obligation in the such guest such purpose to state of guest act when donor means individual trustee person or person other legal if the individual organization be any organization corporate foundation and then see non-federal government agencies with voluntary act means grant request to devise but real property change on to personal property including money for the donor state agency without full compensation for real property pursuits and interest in a state and land all buildings fixtures improvements therein and all right of ways and issues propositions credit rights, privileges, or thereunto belonging to use such land. Any part thereof, except lease term not exceed 1 year for any board agency, commission, state, excluding the University of Nebraska, state college doesn't have for to section statutory authority except gifts and extending of 30 grand to section 4 section state Nebraska for any person together with the income of such gift shall be the college state agency does the donor if necessary is designated by the donor such be according to article 7 section and Constitution by section subject for the state agency requirements provided in the state accepting gifts act to the terms shall the subject to those terms conditions section 5 around section 81 11.3 reached by subject to amended read 1 any gifts for real property is value excess $250,000 for to any question real property should be able to state use gifts money for the combination such exceeded $150,000 should be provided through the State Division Task Force Building Renewal per Section 181, 81 with 1145, 8153, which rests on the participant state funds to investigate captures of any potential misnamed requirements subsequent to the State Building Division Task Force should be short of the government, this committee, and the building maintenance center, the state fiscal and report, including summary of the specification on the construction report, potential maintenance requirements shall allow in the terms, condition, process, acquisition, shall include the recommendation report submitted to the committee. And the legislative fiscal answer be submitted electronically to the gift to the property expert to reply to subjects to renew the subsections required by the government legislation for the acquisition of the legislation on such the existing board of the legislature to director committee on being to improve the gift and acquisition along with the governor. 3, no construction repair management related to the proposed gift acquisition initially and prior to review the approval required of the section 4 request to real property approve the present sections yes to the gift to professional money funding acquisition on the requirement for the section 6 and 7 of this section for the accident intangible personal property with fair market value more than 10,000 except money is approved by the governor prior to acceptance except that the person not be discovered as tangible and tangible described section 4 section 1 going to give the money so $10,000 should be approved by the governor prior to acceptance except approved so not required for AGS money section 1 section 5 to give some money there being a provision of matching fund required by state or federal law to trust in the budget administrative budget division department of administrative services and commanding department of administrative except funds fund if any gift money should be made through the funds revolving fund or trust fund for the fund does not exist the accounting administrator the creative fund is for section 81, 11, 11, 04, section 82, 12, 13, reissued by such and recommended to read the 12, 13, 01, 1 Director of Veterans Affairs shall establish an operative veteran cemetery system against the Grand Island, subject to subdivision B. The subject to include facility in Box View County, the direction of seeking Spain, private, state, federal funds, establish construction, maintenance, administration, operating, which is private, such any gift request, device, real property, acquisition, real property receipts, donation request. supervise the grant, envision an organization and foundation similar entity and produce cemetery system subject to approval according to Section 5 of the Domestic Report of the Construction Cemetery Fund. Into the state treasurer for credits, veteran construction fund, any funds within the veteran construction fund following completion of the construction funds for the state vendor system shall be completion of transfer of the state vendor system and how fund the state shall fund and thereafter terminate beginning on August 7th, when the director of the negotiation city grant acquired to the transfer title with former justice in the city grant on the adjacent of the program statement owned by the city grant for being the grant funded for the National Cemetery Administration. The director should accept the city grant on no cost title of the city real estate to show the session or to establish state cemetery veterans. State shall permanent program statement. May request legislative funding to section 811108 41 defense initiatives troops paid from the Nebraska Veteran Services Operation Fund situated from the Federal Veteran Assessment System down fund the funds consists of one basic request grants and for public reported designated maintenance and operations system 2 funds transfer state vendors fund follow cooperation fund 3 fund state veteran students to follow fund determination of the cemetery construction fund, any funds from the state and source of the veterinary system. B, no through revenue for the general fund moved into the rest of the endowment fund. The rest of the non-appropriate transfer money through rest of the summer for any purpose other than in the section. Any more than the rest of the endowment fund available for reinvestment in the subsequent a portion of the principal. The Nebraska Cemetery and Endowment shall be sent for any percent of solid investment earnings in the Nebraska Cemetery and Endowment Fund. Recorded quarterly based on the Nebraska Cemetery Operating Fund 3. There's no recorded Nebraska Veterinary Cemetery Operation Fund. Money in this fund should be used for the operation administering the rates of the Veterans Fund Cemetery System. Fund may be used for the expense of the initial program and assuming the subdivision will be the section of the funds no adjustment shall be invested in state investment opportunity. Nebraska Investment Camp and the Investment Act be the director of veterans of formal applications federal funds construction of any facility required in the state fund which is located in the county population less than 1,000 persons when he or she determines the requirements system be met by the director makes formal application federal government funds in this construction of any. This is the portion of the state veterans in the county with the population more than which that would be no the Nebraska Cemetery and Endowment Fund and the preserving earnings transfer from Nebraska Cemetery Operation Fund to the performer that agreement the state between the Brenda Pillage Southern opinions and undertake the operation administration transfers within the state system. By sufficient to fund the operation administration may spend cemetery and create percent section 6 for spending funds and available for any purpose authorized in the section. Section 7, the director with the approval of the governor may enter an agreement with cemetery construction administrative operation maintenance qualified person political service and the director shall provide the loss of cemetery for the deceased veteran of the trend of the Nebraska National Cemetery Administration the Nebraska Prevention Affairs Department which provide the loss of the determined that the veteran's spouse, minor children, unmarried adult children who are physically, mentally disabled and incapable of self-support. Section 12-501 does not apply to the state veteran for the system search for construction fund to create any money in the funds for veterans from creating the investment office present to the Nebraska after expansion of the state Nebraska Fund Investment Act to the recommend not promulgate rules and regulate carrying out the section rules and regulate correct governments for residential cost of burial for cemeteries include decoration heads on Section 9. Section 81-176 reached by steps and amended read 81-176 task force committee reviewed the specification of the construction of repair documents ongoing maintenance requirements for real property and be pros to the state agency may gift and annexation real property in any state using gift and money percent such tax force shall suspend to report his findings recommendation committee on building maintenance for the purpose of section term of gift state agency with the same meanings. Section 3 of this act, section 10, section 81-12-13 for each rest up to 23 years amended read 81-12-13 for the purpose of section departments means Department of Economic Development be the director of Department of Development. See the nonprofit or just hold a stupid exemption of 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code in 1986 and D the means the location of the contingent location of the youth outdoor education code west 100 Meridian where youth outdoor camps villages were destroyed by natural man-made disasters that occurred after January 1st, 2022. 2A, eligible grantee may apply to the department for a grant. $1 million for the use in described section and eligible location. B, the department shall award one grant, use $10 million for the eligible grant if one. The eligible grantee completes the feasible study and the use of the grants and process complete feasible study of the director on before January 1st, 2024. The director finds that the rules of the completed feasibility study demonstrate the viability of the project. Approve such completed feasibility study 3. The grant use money for dollar matching basis department between relation multiple stages at any time of the 10 years having been awarded the grant. If the applicant provides documentation to the matching funds received amount for release in the grid money to complete the project conformity for approved feasibility study. At the end of the 10-year allowable grant period, if any money is not spent in conformity to the approved feasibility study, or any money was wrongly awarded to grantee, grant shall remit to grant one of state charge for credit youth outdoor education innovation fund. Matching funds may include any money real for section 65 the section in kind of the grant. Gift endowment raised and sustained section for this section extends for the feasibility study planning costs for the grant may be used to pay for A, construction, physical structure construction year-round facility, including lodging, options and meeting facilities, related infrastructure and regional economic development. C, the equipment that we use construction maintenance, physical structures, facilities, and infrastructure described in this subsection. D, infrastructure necessary to ensure accessibility of physical structures, facility. 5, Department may adopt, promulgate rules and regulations carried out of the provisions of Section 11. This act becomes operative on July 1st, 2025. Section 12, original Section 12, 1301, 81, 176, and 81, 1108, 33, reissue revised statutes of Nebraska, and Section 81, 12, 1304, revised statutes, supplement 2023 are repealed. Section 13, the following sections are outright repealed. Section 3241, 3242, and 3243, reissue revised statutes of Nebraska.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 998 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armandaris, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, John, Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dover, Dungan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Hunt, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lipcott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, and Wayne. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators Walls, Dorn, Ibott, and Wishart. Senator Walls voting yes. Vote is 46 ayes, no nays, 3 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 998 passes. Senator McDonald has some guests in the north balcony. JAG Middle School students, Omaha Public School, Bellevue Public School, Louisville, and Blair. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. The next bill is LB 1118.
Gross Legislative Bill 1118, Instrument McKinney 11, Bill for relating to cities, second class amendment, section 17107, which by substance Nebraska has changed provisionally to process married to remove an officer and officer and repeal the jurisdiction being active procedures in Nebraska, section 1701, reissue by statute, which amended to read 17107 on the mayor of the city, second class should be elected the mayor and provide an election act. Mayor to take office following the first regular meeting of city council in December following statewide general election. Mayor should be resident and register vote of the city's president of the city council assume the office of mayor is unexpired term. There should be a vacancy. Council which vacancy should be filled to section 32568. To the mayor, there's consent of the city council to appoint such officers should be required to the ordinance, otherwise required by law. Such officer removed from the office by the mayor and consent to the city council. In terms of the officer, all officers except regular police officers appointed by the mayor conferred the city council to be established the city council by ordinance. The ordinance provided either other officer hold office from which they have been appointed until the end of the mayor's term of the office and the section appointing the qualified unless sooner by the officer over 1 year unless sooner removed. 3, the mayor, the consent of the city council shall appoint the number of the regular police officers and residents. All police officers appointed by the mayor and the city council may be removed. Demoted to spend any time with the mayor's presence. There should be the subsection police officer, including the city chief, should be the city council should remove the demotion without pay. So the city council should arrest and round for the action. City council should ordinance shop and regulars should remove the demotion without pay of any police, including the chief of police, which include the procedures such removal of demotion suspension with the pay of the police officer, including the chief of police. When the next city police shoot the mayor, the citizen attached with the city council should establish ordinance procedure upon such written action, including prevent one provision again notice and copy of the written action. The /2 the right to have an opportunity represented retained by the police officer present with him in her all hearings proceedings requiring the written the right of the president his attorney corruption or retained by the police officer and heard and present evidence of our by the police officer as well as the individual imposing the action. The respective attorney represented record all hearings proceedings regarding the written action. The accusation, the ordinance should include a procedure for making application for an appeals special time period. For such application shall be made the provision of the manner in which the appeals hearing shall be conducted. Both the police officer and the individual imposing the action of the respective attorney representatives shall have the right at the hearing to be heard and present evidence to the city council for its consideration no later than 35 days following the adjournment of the meeting in which the hearing was held. City council shall vote to uphold, reverse, or modify the action. City council is within 30 days of failure to the majority elected officials. Elected city council members vote in reverse or modify the action. Be construed as vote to uphold the action. The decision of the city council shall be based on its determination that under the facts and evidence presented to this hearing, the action necessary with proper management and effective operator of the police department, the performance of duties under the statute of Nebraska, such the state of Nebraska, nothing in this section may shoot to prevent the preemptory suspension of immediate removal of the duty of an officer by the appropriate authority pending the hearing authorized by this section. In case of gross misconduct, neglect to do the disciplinary orders. C, the subsection does not apply to a police officer during his or her probationary period. Section 2, original section 17107, reissue revised statutes of Nebraska is repealed.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1118 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bostelman, Brandt, Bird, Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Duggan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holler, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Hunt, Jacobson, Calc, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Gillen, Walls, Wayne. Not voting no, none. Not voting Senators Ibon, Wisher. The vote is 47 ayes, no nays, 2 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1118 passes. Members from that previous group recognize. There's also members seated under the south balcony to recognize. And Senator Dover announces guests in the south balcony, high schoolers from Madison High School. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. The next bill is LB 1143.
Gross Legislative Bill 1143, introduced by Health and Human Services Committee, Hanson 16, Chairperson Ballard 21, McKay, Kevin 6, Date 49, Hardin 48, Repeat 12, Walsh 15. Bill for Act relating to public health, amendment section 132202 and 681405, reissued by Section Section 84 304 BHS 2023 is eliminated provision relating to health and just harmonized provision of the real section out repeal section 71 61 102 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 reissued by Section Cuba Assembly be not Nebraska Section 1 Section 13 12 2202 reissued by Section Nebraska read Section 13 2202 purpose local governor miscellaneous and finisher act 1 election official appointing an office shall mean election appointing official employees of any local government to the bodies shall mean in the case of city of any class the city council and city case of village cemetery districts community class 2 or more adjoining counties has to approve district sanitary drainage district sanitary improvement board of trustees in case the county board in the case of community justice county case for township the town board in the case of the school district county board case for rural or suburban protection district reclamation district natural research regional metropolitan authority hospital district board of directors case of county district county health department board of health in the case of the educational service in the board in the case of community college community board of directors in the board of services in the case of the airport 30 in the airport 30 board in the case of we control 30 the board in the case of county agricultural land the board of governance case of learning community coordinating house to 3 community cities class village cemetery district community house for 2 more adjoining county hospital or improved counties township sanitary drainage sanitary school districts rural or suburban fire protection district reclamation district natural resource districts regional metropolitan transit authorities hospital districts county health departments district health departments city county health departments education services community college airport authorities we control authorities county agricultural societies and learning communities for public funds made public defined section 13503 under the direct control of the governor by his local government public meetings shall mean all regular special and call meetings formal and informal of the governor afterwards briefing discussion of public business formation attendance while they're taking of any action the governor body 36 volunteer person non-elected appointed official elected countries the request of the person local government engage the direction for the purpose of function local government general section 64 for issued by such amended read 68 for the Department of Health Research establish uniform standards finance financial eligibility for the treatment service on the program established in the genetically handicapped person including uniform formula for the payment of services by physicians healthcare providers under such programs payment shall provide the reimbursement rates in which said federal state programs should publicly attend the Shannon Department of Financial Eligibility Services established on medically handicapped general services and is administered by the Department of all county districts, city health department to use uniform standards of financial eligibility from the premises department. All benefits used to support the program service and subject department shall service which includes schedule section 2, section 84304, revised section 723 amended research 84 subject to be due to audit of public accounts 1, give information electronic literature when it's required and subject to related to fiscal affairs state with regard to choose or office to furnish to our office to himself the field license blanks forms paper station records of proper discharge duty choose or office 2 3 examine the cost of the exams for sure the determined books accounts vouchers work of special state officers state bureau state board state commission state library size association for state college and university of Nebraska was performed by other officers per 6 in accordance with the generally accepted author government auditing standards for financial audits to engagement set forth the government auditing standards 11 revision of the audit periods beginning January 3rd, 2020, 28 revision of the audit periods beginning January 3rd, 2020 are subject to compatible. Controller General of the United States Government Accountability Office except provided in subsection 11, section subject 16 is Section 50, 1205, and Section 84, 13 do not include performance audits, whether conducted pursuant to the justification agreements, performance standards as set forth in the government auditing standards 28 revision policies and control. Comptroller General of the United States Government Accountability Office and including the state government of the University of Nebraska audit and per-examiner subject to the section on audit, subject to comments, subject to the management letter report issued by the audit published on before 6-month period of issue of the report and wrote per the audit public account detailed written description any corrective action of any corrective taking response to comment recommendation out of the public to investigate value corrective action take the audit public account shall electronic submit right findings such as for the governor appropriation any committee legislative appropriation committee legislature auditor public account shall also ensure that the report is delivered appropriation committee for engineering and the committee budget process for the examination cause of examine the expense of political subdivision when the auditor public accounts should such examination when request political subdivision books account vouchers records industry agriculture such form the chapter 2 articles from the county agriculture and airport authority form of the joint airport authorities and each county airport authorities bridge commission pursuant to section 39868 any community district any community redevelopment authority listed in development redevelopment authority established on the community development law, any development district, any drainage district, any local public health department as defined in section 71, 1626, and any historical site, any possible authority district, any county hospital, any housing agency as defined in section 71, 1575, any area district, any county municipal library, any community mental health center, any railroad transportation safety district, any rural water district, any township right pursuant to the educational use coordinating council and entities pursuant to the local cooperation act, any education unit, any fish service contract, subject to state and federal funds, any political subdivision with the authority to levy property tax or toll, and any created pursuant to joint public agency act for the purpose of subdivision and comptroller subdomains and improperly entity spend state and federal funds carry on the provision state federal functions does not include the individual as direct beneficiary share such from the financial license healthcare provider financial receiving direct payment from the medicine provided in the specific individual be the auditor of public accounts way the audit requirements of for this section of the personal political subject written request for permission by the officer audition on political subdivision writing approval to deny the request for the waiver C through December 31st 2027 the audit public making audit of the subdivision of this purpose section 232 28 1201 14 14 577 14 18 501 14 21 11 16 7 10 17 16 10 37 19 35 23 11 18 23 35 26 76 64 1 79 90 so beginning May 21st 20th the automatic connect audits and subdivision purpose section 13 24 2 14 5 76 14 18 501 14 21 11 15 47 16 17 16 10 37 1881, 84, 7, 16, 32, 1, 77, 97. Subscribes from the form and the annual reports on the section, such as published annually on the website of the Auditor Public Accounts, files report prompted to the governor appropriate standing committee of the legislature, the fiscal conditions should examination conducted by the audit, including any regulators, misconduct officers, the legislature, and reports of misuse, public comments, property name, system, and method book condition accounts submitted to the committee should be submitted electronically. In addition, normal coast account conducting an audit in accordance with subject to the section the auditor served. Discovers any potential problem that effectiveness of fishery performance state program here should be reported electronically to the legislative performance of the committee make that the issue further court reported electronically appropriate standing committee legislature both 6A to examine the cause examine the books and vouchers direct expenditures fire protection just expense the examination period political subdivision B when the expenditure of fire pressure 150,000 under the last fiscal years from be audited no more than once every 5 years and just directed by the board of direction of the fire district unless the auditor receives verifiable report from third party indicating the regulation misconduct the officers and fire stages and misappropriation and misuse of public funds during the system bookkeeping conditioning accounts fire protection district and such are made away the 5-year audit requirement on the submission of request report from the audit shall notify the public district in writing approval of its request for waiver of 5-year audit requirement. Upon approval of the request for the waiver of the 5-year audit requirement, a new 5-year audit period shall begin. See, whenever the expenditures of fire protection exceed $150,000 this year, the auditor will waive the audit requirement upon the submission of written request by the fire protection district in a form prescribed by the auditor. The auditor shall notify the public system to approve the denial of the request for waiver. Upon the request for waiver, a new 5-year audit period should begin the fire protection. The expenditure $150,000 or less per fiscal year in subsequent years. To appoint 2 or more assistant judges to additional shall notify the service of the state for the auditor who has described just with at least 5 years experience who are selected without regard to party fellowship place in the residence time of appointment should not prompt the district auditor's fiscal condition used by examination including the regulators misconduct and officers employees misconduct misuse of property funds property and under proper system method of bookkeeping the condition of the council shall meet the deputy auditor filed upon by the governor and duplicated report sent to which such fund is qualified and under filed in the report of the Secretary of State by audited accounts related activity in state agency political subdivisions of the state. Grantees federal and dispersed by the federal state on contractual and basis for sure profit accounting such as political subdivision grantees for the funds appropriate to legislature and federal funds dispersed by the receiving agency. The auditor may contract with any political subdivision for the audit of political subdivision from the section 23-1608, 7912, 79 sections of political subdivision conducting the audit fees for the audit and conducting audits on a contractual basis shall be in the amount sufficient to pay the cost of the audit. The fees remitted to the auditor. Such audits and service should be deposited auditor public cash funds to examine the causes, be examined of the books, accounts, vouchers, and records related to money transfer pursuant to section 7204 of the section 793501 to fund transfer and subsequent transfer expenditures to an auditor or public accounts during such exam necessary when requested by any department receiving such transfer and acting as administrative fund receiving such transfer to money dispersed in such fund and 3 any service responsible remaining on behalf of the engineer portion of such fund or any money dispersed in such fund be the examiner's for section 9A of this section be made dispense to the Department of Agency recipient the service subsequent recipient service contractors books contracts are being examined to see if the first substitution with service contract means nonprofit entities expands funds transfer section 2 or 4 section 793501 carry out the state's program function does not include an individual who is direct beneficiary such programs functions. D the auditor public accounts should prescribe the form of the annual reports required in subject to section 793501 such annual reports shall be described on the website of the auditor public accounts to maintain all budget and actual financial information reporting system political subject that's acceptable online to the public. 11, when authorized to conduct joint audits with the village state performance audit committee described in section 50120512, unless otherwise specifically provided to assess the interest rate on the delinquent payment fees, audit service owing the auditor public accounts at the rate of 14% per annum on the date of the billing, unless paid within 30 days of the debate billing. The entity required greater percent to the interlocal cooperation and act the joint public agency. Act any participating state should be jointly and severally liable for fees and interest owed if any should defunct to name of pay. And 3, the consultation statewide associates representing counties, village to approve the county programs to city county, city treasurer, the village treasurer is required in section 14553, 15137, 16318, 1766, 221601. Cost for attending such programs through the expense of city, village, county, city, or village, and the auditor maintain records of programs to notify county board, city council or village board of trustees if the treasurer not completed the program. Sending the audit show for the attorney general and county attorney, the county treasurer located if the treasurer not completed required annual education program. Section 4, original section 132002 and 681405 reissued by statute Nebraska and section 84304 reissued. Revised statute supplement 23 are repealed. Section 3, the following sections are repealed. Section 711601, 711602, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Reissue revised statutes in Nebraska.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1143 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bosman, Brandt, Brewer, Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Dade, Decade, Dover, Dungan, Erdman, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Hunt, Jacobson, Calif, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Meyer, Mosier, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, and Walls. Voting no, none. Not voting, Senators DeBoer, Wayne, Dorn, Iba, and Wisher. Vote is 44 ayes, no nays, 2 present not voting, 3 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1143 passes. The next bill is LB 1162.
Girls Legislative Bill 1160, introduced by law through both Vernacular County Government, Section 23, 11, 12, 01, 33, 172, issued by SES, change provision relating to fees, mileage, sheriff's, constables, repeal the original section, be enacted by fees, by Section 1, Section 23, 11, 12, 01, reissued by SES, when to read 23, 11, 12, 01, to 1, if the trips included expense claim filed by the county officer or employee, the mileage error or maybe a personal obligation, otherwise one claim should be allowed pursuant to Section 23, 11, 12, regardless of the fact that one or more persons transporting the motor vehicles to no charge. Mileage should be allowed when such mileage accrues while using a motor vehicle on Nebraska. No mileage shall be allowed when such motley crews while using the motor vehicle owned by the county, except for as provided in section 33, 117, section 32, 117, reissued by such amendment 3171, the sheriff shall charge and collect fees rates specified in this section. Rate shall be followed, serving copies of the commitment available on return $2. Fees for search warrant $2 and arresting under the search warrant $2 for each arrest or arrest unless otherwise specified list in subdivisions to through the subdivision includes subpoenas, orders of attachment, orders of repellent, other order of the court, notice to motion, other notice, other written document, any combination thereof, including and accompanying any attached documents, $12 for each person served, except as one person served at the same time and location, the same against service should be $12 for the first person served at the time and location, $3 for each person served at any time and location, making the return of each sum of subpoena into order of attachments, order of pleasant and the person's correspondence notice read to the served under $6. After I take the pleasant board on indemnification, furnishing proof of the share of $1 and make a copy of process bond on our paper and other provided in section 25 cents per page, traveling actual mile necessary to travel with or without several counties. Official duties 3 cents more per sections 81. 1176 accept minimum fees 50 cents for service made in 1 mile of the courthouse as far as the Indian operates and hands the sheriff from 1 time should serve 1 more trips and more district ground. Direct other than arrest 1 mileage fee should be charged a single trip and total mileage to the unit for each trip and combined mileage each trip and prorated and person party liable with this paying the same laboring rate of the court return the same $18 so much grand jury not including mileage to be by the county $10 so many jury not include mileage to be paid by the county $12 so many special for each person 50 cents calling a jury for the share of this case 50 cents injection rid of restitution rid of assistance return $18 calling an inquest for appraisal land intended to levy on the execution $1 calling an inquest and praise goods and shadowed by the order of the attachment or reply $1 advertising and sale of newspaper edition, the price of printing in $1, advertising and writing for a sale of real or personal property $5, and as making deed for legal sold deal sold on execution order sale $5 to a except for provided in subsection B of the section of the commission due to share for the execution order sale order attachment decree the sale of the real personal property shall be for each dollar not exceeding $400 6 cents for every dollar above $400 not exceeding $1,000 4 cents and for every dollar above $1,000 2 cents in the real estate foreclosure and the party in the original action purchase property from no money received and dispersed to the share of the commission which subsection A of the subsection not exceed $200 3 sheriff shall on the first Tuesday of January April to July and October of each year make a report to the county board showing that the difference items fees collected from whom and at what time and for what service and the total amount of the fees collected by the officers since the loss report see the amount collected for the current year all fees collected by the sheriff except mileage fees when the such employees using personal vehicles should be with the county sheriff county treasurer should credit the fees in general fund of the county for future adjustment and reimbursement rates by the subsection 1 of the section shall be deemed to apply in provisions of law which refer to this section as the computation of mileage 5 all fees pursuant to this section except for fees for mileage accrued in a personal vehicle by any constable who is salaried employee of the state of Nebraska shall be remitted by the clerk by the county court. The clerk of the county court shall pay the same to the general fund. Section 3, original section 2311-1201 and 33-117 reissue revised statutes of Nebraska are repealed.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 1162 pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brandt, Brewer, Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Decay, Dover, Dungan, Urban, Frederickson, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Hunt, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lipcott, Lowe, McDonald, Meyer, Mosher, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, Von Giller, and Walls. Voting no, none, not voting Senators McKinney, Wayne, Dorn, Ibaugh, and Wishart. Vote is 44 ayes, no nays, 2 present, not voting, 3 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1162 passes. While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 1188 with the emergency clause, LB 857, LB 857A, LB 607, LB 644 with the emergency clause, LB 644A with the emergency clause, LB 834, LB 839 with the emergency clause, LB 894, LB 906, LB 1004, LB 1102, LB 1204, LB 1204A, LB 1215 with the emergency clause, LB 1313, LB 851 with the emergency clause, LB 877 with the emergency clause, LB 998, LB 1118, LB 1143, and LB 1162. Speaker Arch, you're recognized for a message.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could have colleagues' attention here for just a little bit. I want to provide some perspective on our remaining days here in our 60-day session. So we have 8 days. I think some of us are counting, right? Yeah. We have 8 days remaining after today. But actually, the more important number is we have 4 days remaining for general file bills. So all general file must be passed by end of day next Friday, day 56, to have any chance of getting through final the next week. So next week, we're going to be focusing pretty heavily on general file bills. So here's where we are as far as remaining priority bills that are on general file, but you don't see them yet on the agenda. There are 5 personal and there are 3 committee. The remaining priority bills that are still in committee that I do anticipate, from what I'm hearing, are going to come out at some point, 3 personal, 2 committee, and 1 speaker. So there are 14 general file, there are 14 priority bills that will be on general file that I will attempt to schedule. So my commitment has always been to get the priority bills scheduled, those that the introducer wants scheduled, and that still is, that is our system. In addition to these general file bills, we still have some gubernatorial appointments that we must take care of. Obviously, if there's any veto overrides, we'll have to do that as well, and then any other miscellaneous items. For those of you that are experiencing your first 60-day session, this is a 60-day session. This is the reality of 103 priority bills like you have in a 90-day session. 108, we have 103 this year. 103 priority bills that you have in a 90-day session, you just have 60 days to do it. And so it becomes very compressed, particularly at the end of the session. So I do see the need to actually be in session on that 60th day, so I wanted you to be aware of that as well. So how can we do this? What do we have to do? Well, the short answer is we all have to do our part in order for this to happen. So I would say please expect late nights for the remainder of the session. In particular, next week, please arrange to be here and stay until adjournment. I expect some very late nights next week. Pick and choose what you oppose and how long you choose to oppose a bill. Please prioritize your opposition and don't slow walk bills. We all want to treat each other fairly on these priorities, and we would ask that you do that. I'm going to be asking to see vote cards if your bill has significant opposition. If you don't have the votes, I'm going to talk to you about parking the bill rather than letting it take up 8 hours and going to cloture. So bringing a bill back the following year, very typical on big issue bills, part of the process. From this point forward, I guess the big message is that time really matters. So choices each of you make during the next 7 days are going to determine how many priority bills we're going to be able to address in the remaining days of the session. This message as well, how long each debate lasts and whether extra time is spent on adding non-priority bills to priority bills will determine how many of the remaining priority bills we get to. So I know it's the end of the session. I know everybody's trying to find a vehicle to attach a bill to, a non-priority bill to attach to. But again, that takes time. So if you come and ask me, well, what do you think? I'm going to say, no, let's keep moving the priority bills and not slow this down. So our system is based upon a priority designation that allows each member to have input in determining what our body decides is important to consider each session. And in deference to your colleagues, we need to spend the remaining time productively. If you know you have amendments, please don't delay in getting them drafted. Delays on your part may result in not getting your bill passed and getting it scheduled. Please do this on select. We want to avoid trying to pull a bill back from final for a specific amendment at this point. You may know now that your priority bill does not need to be scheduled. Things change, and please let Lori and my office know so we're maintaining a list of those things we anticipate do need to be scheduled. If you're telling us don't worry about it, we'll draw a line through it. But please let us know. And now I want to turn my last comments to our fiscal situation. So Chair Clements has stated very clearly that we have about $20 million for the floor after passing our budget. That is the total that we have available for the floor. I describe it, I think we're kind of experiencing a 2023 hangover. There was so much money in 2023 that we were kind of from previous sessions, but it's like a $20 million fiscal note was nothing in 2023. I mean, we had the dollars and we had good cause for spending those dollars. And so we got used to that. And I'm afraid now that we have spilled over into 2024. But what we did in 2023 committed that revenue for expenditures as well as for tax cuts. And so now we're in 2024 and we have a very different fiscal situation where we have $20 million. Well, we've significantly exceeded the $20 million with A bills that we've already passed to select or final. Plus there's A bills of priority bills not yet passed through general file, not included. So here's the number. If the body were to pass all of the priority bills sitting on final reading and select file right now, we're projected to have a $370 million shortfall at the end of the next biennium. So we have significantly exceeded it. This includes appropriation bills and revenue reduction bills on select and final. This is why we park those A bills, why we park the bill with the A bills. Now, this doesn't even include what's on general file, by the way. This is just select and final. The final bills we passed today had no general fund fiscal impact. So for those of you that are wondering what we just did, those bills scheduled had no fiscal impact. Needless to say, we're going to all have to adjust the bills to reduce the fiscal impact if there is any chance of passing. So some packages that are sitting there, some of the committee priority bills and that, some of them have bills in there that have no fiscal impact, and we've kind of looked through those, and some of them have one or two that have real significant, and it's those one or two that you're going to have to take a look at as if you want the rest of those bills to move in that package. I mentioned that we also have bills that further reduce our revenue. We'll have to be taking a look at those. So in the next few days here, chairs and principal introducers are going to need to be working those bills, and I think there will be those. You'll be contacted to let you know that your bill is one of those that are going to have to be worked. So I would encourage you to start taking a look at those over the weekend, seeing what can be done to eliminate or dramatically reduce the fiscal note. So in summary, we have a significant challenge ahead of us for the next 8 days. It's going to require each of us pulling together and getting this done. And I just wanted to provide you with my perspective of what's coming here in the next 8 days. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Arch. Senator Mosher has some guests in the north balcony, fourth graders from North Park Elementary in Columbus. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a single announcement. The Judiciary Committee is meeting now under the south balcony for an executive session. Judiciary now under the south balcony. That's all I have at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please proceed with the next item on the agenda.
Mr. President, General File Legislative Bill 937, introduced by Senator Bostar. When the legislature left the bill pending was a motion from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to indefinitely postpone the bill pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized for a 2-minute refresh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. LB 937 creates a non-refundable tax credit to any family caregiver who incurs eligible expenditures for the care and support of an eligible family member. The amount of the credit shall be equal to 50% of the eligible expenditures incurred during the taxable year by a family caregiver for the care and support of an eligible family member. The maximum allowable credit in any single tax year for a family caregiver shall be $2,000 unless the eligible family member is a veteran or has a diagnosis of dementia, in which case the maximum allowable credit shall be $3,000. The committee amendment places a total cap of $2,500,000 on the tax credit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Senator Kavanaugh, Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized for a refresh on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a motion to indefinitely postpone LB 937. I support LB 937 and much of what is contained within it, but there is a poison pill in the committee amendment that I disagree with, and I'm hopeful that we can have a conversation about how to move this bill forward and not have to take it to cloture. So thank you, Mr. President, and I look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Returning to the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, well, first off, I want to say I support the underlying bill, LB 937, and many of the parts of it. I do appreciate Senator Bostar's work on this bill. I think it's really important. And at the moment, I support the IPP, though, because of some of the other parts in this bill that I would like to see reconsidered. So, but the first thing I did want to talk about is I'm wearing my Easter tie today. You might notice last week it was my spring tie. It's the same tie as my spring tie, but spring and Easter seem to be their. Easter is a holiday that is based off of, I think, the lunar calendar, which means that it is generally the same time of year, but not always the same date. But anyway, so it's my Easter tie because it's the last day of the week before Easter. But today is Holy Thursday, which is also called Maundy Thursday, which is some sort of, believe it or not, I took Latin and did not do well. So I'm not great at Latin, but it's a Latin word that means commandment. And so Holy Thursday, if you're a fan of the gospel and the Bible and the story of Jesus, which I think many people here are, I would say Holy Thursday is it's like the A-side, it's like the hits. Like if you really think about what Holy Thursday is, it has a lot of the great things in the story arc of the story of Jesus. It has the Last Supper. Everyone knows about the Last Supper, right? It's a great story. It's the formative, at least, of the Catholic Mass. I'm not sure about the Protestant services if you integrate the Last Supper into it, but it is the cornerstone of the Catholic Mass. Transubstantiation, which I talked about yesterday, is kind of part of that. But then there's also the prophesying that Peter will deny Jesus 3 times. The denial of Jesus 3 times is a pretty, I'd say, quintessential part of just human lore, I guess. But then there's the Jesus goes and prays in Mount Olives at the garden at Gethsemane, which was is a pretty important event. And it's one of my favorites, I guess. And then you have Judas Iscariot, who betrays Jesus with a kiss. Another pretty formative portion of just human lore. But the part that I think is relevant to this conversation, and the reason it's called Maundy Thursday, is the washing of feet. So Jesus is the Son of God, the Messiah, the teacher, the master, the leader. And he comes on what he knows is his last day on earth. And he says to his followers, let me wash your feet. Let me be a servant to you. And they say, no, you are the leader. You're the master. We should wash your feet. And he says, no, that if you are to consider yourself so exalted and so important that you should be willing to lower yourself to service of others. And That is something that I think is really important. It's important in the formation of the Christian faith and the doctrines, and it should be guiding principle for all of us when we think about these things. It can be confusing to be in this room, to have people look down on us, and to have you think you are exalted and above others. But you should always remember service above all other things. We are meant to be servants to each other. And I could talk about this some more if you want, but the commandment portion of Maundy Thursday is, the commandment is, love your neighbor as I have loved you. Love each other as I have loved you. That's the commandment. And so this bill, 937, is a personification or a legislative version of service to others and love for each other. So that's why I like 937. I wasn't meaning to get emotional about this, but it is. People gloss over these things too quickly, too easily. And Holy Thursday is a day that gets forgotten in the pantheon of Catholic and Christian traditions. So ruminate on it as we talk about these things, and remember to love each other as Jesus loved you, and to be servants to each other and to the state of Nebraska, and be willing to raise yourself up by lowering yourself down in service to others, and put your ego aside. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh, for those very uplifting comments on Holy Thursday. I know you are an inspiration to a lot of us here in this chamber. I stand in support of LB 937, but there are passages in that I am adamantly opposed to. And that is in reference to LB 606, the Nebraska Pregnancy Help Act that got tacked on, that would give a dollar for dollar tax credit for those that donate to the eligible charitable organization. You know, crisis pregnancy centers are not trained and credentialed medical providers, yet they mislead Nebraskans into believing that they provide medical care. Reputable medical organizations like the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists and the AMA, American Medical Association, have stated that crisis pregnancy centers are unethical because they violate principles of informed consent and impede access to comprehensive medical care. In a review of 16 Nebraska crisis pregnancy centers, the ACLU of Nebraska found that only one center website clearly disclosed that it is not a medical facility. Here's a definition of clinic that is listed in this legislative bill. Clinic, an establishment or hospital department where outpatients are given medical treatment or advice, especially of a specialized nature. Many CPC staff and volunteers wear white coats to reinforce the appearance of a medical facility, despite the fact that they are not licensed medical providers. And I would very much like to see this removed from LB 937 that I support. And I'd like to give the rest of my time to Senator John Kavanaugh, if he could just do a refresher of how to divide the question on this bill, because I think that is one of the next steps, and I believe that is in one of the amendments coming forward.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator John Kavanaugh, you have 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Raybold. So I was telling folks, I like to, think about stuff, I guess, is probably the answer. And I, enjoy tying things together, which is kind of why I was thinking about the washing of the feet is why I was ruminating on Holy Thursday. And I'm happy to talk about that some more, but to Senator Raybold's point, she wants to hear about division of the question, which is another thing that I love to talk about. I know a lot of people, there's lots of minutia of the rules and people have their thing that they use. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh loves the motions. She puts them up there like they're going out of style. Others, motion to reconsider, things like that. But yes, I like the division of the question. And I do it a lot when we have committee amendments. And part of the reason is sometimes we engage in log rolling, which is we put a bunch of stuff together because some things aren't popular and they are, other things are more popular. And so they go together to like move forward. So division of the question. You can divide a committee amendment into its component parts. So this bill has, I think, 10 bills in it, if I remember right. And so in theory, this is not an absolute. There's some nuance to this, but in theory, 10 bills, each one should be divisible from the others because they don't depend on each other to give effect. And so you could say, you go to the clerk or you go to the chair, technically say, I would like to divide the question. I'm not saying that right now, but I would like to divide the question. And then you have a meeting with the introducer and the proponents, and you say, I would like to divide out this section to take a standalone vote on it because I think it's being log rolled or whatever. And so then they rule, yes, it is divisible. And then it goes up to drafting, and they actually come down. You have two versions. So you would look on your computer and say, we're on AM 233A or something, however they number them, I can't remember. And that would be just one bill. And then you have B, C, D, or however they're numbering them. And you would take an individual vote on each one of the bills that are in the committee amendment as though they were presented as standalone amendments. So, if you bring your bill and you want to add it to this, after we do this, it would be taken up as a vote as a standalone amendment. But if we divide the question, all of the bills that
That's
the committee...
your time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hughes, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak on LB 937, the Caretaker Tax Credit Act, which provides tax credits to persons caring for family members with medical issues. And frankly, with the baby boomer generation retiring and getting older, and all our nursing homes seemingly closing right and left, we will have to address and more creatively how we take care of these folks. And I think encouraging them, of course, staying at home is a very, very good thing and would possibly even make this more necessary. With the committee amendment, AM 3001 is corrected by AM 3132. There are 10 other tax bills included in it, including a half a dozen new tax credit bills totaling at least $6.5 million. This $6.5 million is only the amount of those tax credits that have a cap. Some do not, so we do not really know the full impact of these tax credits. I looked into how many tax credits we already have on the books and how much tax revenue we are foregoing with these tax credits. By my count, per publications from the Department of Revenue, we already have 28 tax credits on the books. We created 4 new ones last year, one of these being the Opportunity Scholarship Tax Credit. Totaling all of these up results in a total of $1,029,605,000 a year. This does not include the millions of tax credits given out through the Nebraska Advantage Act and the Employment and Investment Growth Act. Excluding the Nebraska Personal Exemption Tax Credit, which provides taxpayers with $146 per personal exemption, which itself was $217,204,000 last year, that leaves $812 million in tax credits on the table. Again, this is revenue that we're foregoing collecting in income tax. A significant portion of that is the 1107 property tax credit, but that still leaves another $264 million in outstanding tax credits. Some of these are refundable tax credits, which means if your tax credit exceeds your tax liability, you get a refund, or more correctly, a payment funded by taxes paid by another taxpayer. This is crazy. We want to reduce the disparity between sales, income, and property tax, but we aren't collecting sales tax for every economic sale, and we are continually creating tax credits to favor one sector of one economy over the other while reducing the total amount we collect. We seem to be caught up in an escalating competition with other states about who can give out the most tax credits to attract industry. Nebraska actually has a lot going on for it outside of these tax credits. We have the most reliable electricity in the nation. We are the 4th lowest cost producer of energy. And we have the Ogallala Aquifer, as sometimes Governor Pillen calls it, liquid gold underneath our state. How about cutting taxes for the people who have been here for generations or for the businesses that have been around nearly as long as we've been a state? I'm not seeing any plan here that makes sense. Senator Erdman has repeatedly stated that we use our tax system to pick winners and losers, and he is not wrong about that. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Again, I do rise, I think, opposed to the IPP motion and generally in favor of LB 937 and in favor of the vast majority of the things that are contained in the committee amendment that I think would be forthcoming after this. As those who paid attention yesterday or tuned in at home know, I have a bill that was in the committee amendment that deals with sustainable aviation fuel that I will not try to talk about ad nauseum here today, given the fact that I did that number of times yesterday. But I wanted just to get up again and highlight a couple of different portions of this bill to ensure that people kind of understand what the general concept was when we approached putting this together and what some of the individual different components of the potential package ultimately have. As has been, I think, earlier highlighted, LB 937 in and of itself is a very, very good bill, and I want to laud Senator Bostar for prioritizing that caregiver tax credit. I think that it does a really good job of having targeted relief for individuals who are doing really difficult work. Obviously, it's a labor of love. People care about what they're doing when they're caring for others. But certainly, it's something that can be costly, both financially and emotionally. And so the caregiver tax credit is something that I think provides just a little bit of relief for those individuals to make things a little bit easier. It's not obviously a windfall, and I think that the committee did a good job of trying to pare down a number of the fiscal notes that we saw for the underlying bills that are contained in the potential package here. Obviously, you can go pull all the fiscal notes and look at how much they originally were, and you'll see that a lot of the caps that have essentially been put in place on these tax credits by virtue of the committee amendments really do limit that. So I think this is kind of a carryover conversation from what we had yesterday into today with regards to being fiscally responsible while still trying to provide targeted relief. Obviously, the speaker just got up, for those who just tuned in, and we had a really good conversation, or an announcement rather, with regards to sort of our next few days of the legislature and what we do or do not have money for. I think that that is an important conversation to have when we're thinking about passing bills with big fiscal impacts. But I also think that we always have to weigh the benefit of a bill with the cost. Certainly there are things that are costly that are worth it. And certainly there are things that are, I think, worth investing in as a state. And you'll see this in a number of bills that have been passed already this year or moving forward, where the fiscal note does not take into consideration what we call dynamic forecasting, right? The fiscal note, because it's very difficult to, does not take into account what the ultimate return on investment is. Senator Von Gillern, I think yesterday, did a very good job of pointing out that oftentimes with these tax credits, you do see a return of investments. And when you look at things like the Imagine Nebraska Act and other things that we've done to encourage growth and encourage businesses to thrive here in Nebraska, anybody who works in those fields or the experts that you talk to will say to you, you're going to see a massive return on investment. And so when we have these conversations about tax credits, obviously we look at the cost, and I think that's important, but we also have to weigh what the ultimate benefit to Nebraska is. Contained in a number of the bills that ultimately would be wrapped up into LB 937 are, I think, a number of ideas that ultimately are going to benefit Nebraska with regards to creating industry, bringing folks into Nebraska, and then also retaining our best and our brightest. A good example of that is Senator Sanders' cast and crew tax credit. I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to talk about that a little bit more because I really want to dive into that one. I think it's very, very cool, actually. But we had a—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had an interim study and a hearing on that bill. And we heard from a big number of Nebraskans who are in the film and arts industry who love Nebraska and love what they do, but have left and gone to other states because they simply don't have a place here in Nebraska for their career. And I think that's a really good example of a targeted tax credit that is trying to really encourage the growth of that particular industry in the state of Nebraska to ensure that people who are in that field get to not just stay home when they go into that field, but actually come back home. And if we can attract those people from the states they've moved to, like California, Illinois, Georgia, I think we're going to see a huge return on investment there. And we're going to finally see a lot of the people that are in that industry come back to Nebraska and make this their home again. So with that, I'll probably talk more about that moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So because I have the motion, I believe I get 2 times to speak this morning, still morning, and then a close. So I'm happy to take time if anybody is willing to yield me time. There are 10 bills within LB 937, and there are a lot of really great things in LB 937. The Nebraska Biodiesel Tax Credit Act, and that came out 8-0. See here, to increase the yearly tax credits under the act to $5 million per year starting in 2025. The amendment adjusts the amount increased under the act to $1.5 million for FY 24-25 and $2 million for FY 25-26 and beyond. So a little bit different than the original. I would note that this committee statement is much easier to follow than the committee statement last night, because it has who testified, what the votes were, a little description about the bill itself, and the bill number. Like LB 1025 creates the Individuals with Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Support Act. The bill creates income tax credits for employers and support professionals that provide employment and support for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities as defined under the Act. LB 1025 to change a definition and harmonize provisions with the change. I'm not sure whose bill this is. It doesn't say, but I do know that there was a concern about this bill that I wanted to share. Just a technical concern is that the workforce that they hire, it doesn't have a great track record of retention. And so it was suggested that there be a minimum for how long an employee is employed before they qualify for the tax credit. So I think that's something that we should probably think about amending between general and select, because I do think that that is an important thing to take into consideration when the churn of the workforce is so quick that we want to be incentivizing income tax credits for retaining such employees, not just hiring. I mean, then they could just hire people and they don't stick around and they get a tax credit. So, the idea behind it is good, but we might need to tweak that a little bit. Actually, I'm trying to find, I have these all tabbed, 1025. It doesn't say who's. Okay. The first tax credit would be non-refundable tax credit and would be for any employer that employs one or more direct support professionals during the taxable year. The credit would be in the amount of 500 multiplied by the number of direct support professionals who are employed for at least 6 months during the taxable year and work at least 500 hours for the employer during the taxable year. Well, I guess it does have 6 months.
1 minute.
There was a suggestion to extend it to a year, but I can see how if you hire somebody in June, there's no way that they can work for you for a year before you can claim that credit on your taxes. So I get that. So the second tax credit would be a refundable tax credit and would be for direct support professional if employed as a direct support professional for at least 6 months during the taxable year and would work at least 500 hours as a direct support professional. The tax credit would be in the amount of $500. So interestingly, that this is a credit for both the employee and the employer, which is great. And I believe the governor is making an announcement today about my priority bill from previous legislature, LB 376, the family support waiver for developmental disabilities.
That's
And
your time,
Thank
Senator.
you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the floor is a little bit thin, but we're having good conversations, I know. But first, before I get into my feelings on LB 937, I want to wish a very, very happy birthday to my partner in mischief here in the legislature, Senator John Frederickson. I just know 26 is going to be the best year yet. So happy birthday to him. Thanks for making a lot of these days more bearable for me and many of the rest of us I know. Today, I stand before you to express some concerns about this bill. LB 937, I totally support. And I think everybody knows that the problem that we're going to be facing with the debate on LB 937 is in the committee amendment, which contains LB 606, a bill that proposes to offer tax credits for donations made to crisis pregnancy centers. While the intention behind the bill is it might seem commendable at first glance, its implementation carries the potential for significant harm, not only to individuals in Nebraska who are seeking reproductive health care, but also to the fabric of our entire healthcare system in Nebraska. Crisis pregnancy centers are known for presenting themselves as legitimate health clinics offering pregnancy-related services. However, research and many investigations, there's some really great videos from like different news shows that are, mainstream, that are real and serious. There's some great videos that you can watch about investigations that they've done into these clinics. And these investigations have shown that many of these centers provide misleading information. They use tactics that are designed to dissuade individuals from accessing abortion services, which is obviously the point. And I know something that a lot of you really like about these clinics. But the problem is that these clinics do not offer or refer for comprehensive reproductive health care services, including prenatal care, contraception, or abortion, if that's what's needed for the patient. By providing tax incentives for donations to crisis pregnancy centers, LB 606 indirectly endorses and funds entities that engage in practices contrary to evidence-based medical guidance. They endorse practices that are contrary to ethical standards in medicine. And this endorsement not only misallocates public resources, but also legitimizes the dissemination of medically inaccurate information, colleagues. It's imperative to recognize that promoting scientifically unfounded practices under the guise of healthcare can have dire consequences on our public health, especially for women and families who are most in need of accurate reproductive health information and services. Allocating tax incentives for contributions to crisis pregnancy centers raises significant concerns about the use of taxpayer dollars to support organizations that often operate without the medical oversight or licensing requirements required for healthcare providers. This lack of oversight can result in substandard care, potentially putting the health of individuals at risk. It's very essential that if the state is sanctioning contributions to certain kinds of organizations, that we know that these state-supported initiatives adhere to the highest standards of medical integrity and evidence-based practice. The proposed bill that's contained within the committee amendment also poses a threat to the principle of informed consent. Thank you, Mr. President. Informed consent, which is a cornerstone of ethical medical practice. Informed consent is when the patient knows what's going to happen to them. They know what the care that they're being provided is, and they're also informed of their options. Informed consent means you know what you're choosing for your own health care, but you also know what you're not choosing because your doctor or your healthcare provider has told you the range of options that you have for the services and care that you need. This is a cornerstone of ethical medical practices. And by funding organizations that have been proven to provide misleading information to patients, the state of Nebraska would be complicit in undermining patients' ability to make fully informed decisions about their health care. And for that reason, we have to come to a place of negotiation and agreement about how to move this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I would also say happy birthday to Senator Frederickson, and I would say happy birthday to my son, William, who's 5 today, and to my niece, Callie, who's 21. So a lot of great folks born on March 28th. So happy birthday to all of them. So I, again, rise in support of LB 937, have my reservations with the portion that is LB 606. But I did want to finish my original conversation. For those of you, folks who want to go and do their own research, the Holy Thursday is referenced in the Gospel of John, chapter 13, Gospel of Matthew, chapter 26, Gospel of Mark, chapter 14, and the Gospel of Luke, chapter 22. And I point that out because, again, maybe people don't know this, but the stories are not all exactly the same. Like the Gospels, there's lots of different versions and variations within even the 4 Gospels. And the Gospel of John is the one that has the long explanation. It's the one that has the washing of the feet. And that's the one I was talking about that I really appreciate. But that one does not Gospel of John does not have the betrayal with a kiss. I think that when Judas betrays Jesus with a kiss, I think is in Mark and Luke, but not in John. I don't remember if it's in Matthew. I apologize. I'm not a biblical scholar, just someone who's spent a lot of time in church and Catholic school. So the Gospel of John has, the betrayal, or has the washing the feet, has the Last Supper, has the denial by Peter 3 times, and then Mark and Luke have the betrayal with the kiss, which I think is a pretty interesting consequence. And then the part that I didn't necessarily remember was about I do remember the part about Jesus saying, whoever, eats the bread at the same time I do is the one who will betray me. And Judas does that, which I always found it curious that nobody else looked around the room and said, oh, who's eating right now? But the one thing when I went and reread this was that it says specifically when Judas dipped his bread in the oil and then ate it, that was when the devil entered him, which I thought was an interesting fact that I had missed before. Anyway, I digress, but if you want to do your own research and read those sections of the gospel, I would suggest John 13, because that's my favorite, then Mark 14, Luke 22, Matthew 26. Anyway, but I go back, I go to return to my original intention and original point, that this bill, 937, the underlying bill, and other parts of this bill that have some really important parts. Obviously, I'm not talking about Senator Dungan's sustainable aviation fuel part, which I think is interesting and has merits on its own for making us a leader in innovation in the country, where we're going to be able to bring in a new industry and be at the forefront of that. So that's important. But there are other parts of this about that are about this principle of being of service to one another. And I think that is, it's a great thing to think about when we're trying to decide, what policies to put forward. But I think it's a great thing to think about as we decide how to interact with each other around here. And that we should focus on what is of service, and we should focus on that commandment. So, it's called Maundy, Thursday. This I can go back in the digression.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maundy, Thursday means commandment, and it's said that because Jesus says, I give you a new commandment. We all know about the 10 commandments from Exodus. But this is the new commandment, which is love one another as I have loved you. So that is the new commandment. And so that giving form and substance to that commandment is something that we could do a lot more of around here. And if you just approach with that attitude, doesn't mean you don't have conflict, doesn't mean we don't have opposition to each other, doesn't mean we don't disagree. It just means that you approach each other as though you are viewing each other in the light that Jesus would view you, with that same deference and respect, and that we can have those conversations in a more constructive way if it's just about the substance of the disagreements. So that's my thoughts on that.
That's your time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, colleagues, I rise opposed to the IPP motion and generally supportive of LB 937. I started to talk a little bit earlier about some of the other components that are wrapped up into the potential committee package, and one of those was that cast and crew act, and I hope we can hear more about that from Senator Sanders. She did a lot of really great work on putting that together, and sometimes we have interim study hearings that are I don't want to say boring, but they're not the most interesting of subjects. But that was actually a really fun one. We had a really good time. There was a number of people who came in, like I said, from out of state, from Hollywood, from Georgia, who do movies and TV shows, and they came in and they talked to us about how they want to come back home and where Nebraska could fit into the broader picture of the film and television industry. So as a lot of people may or may not know, there's been a lot of TV shows and movies, prestige TV shows like Yellowstone and things like that, that have started filming more outside of your traditional film locations like Hollywood or places like that. And because of that, a number of states have started to do what they can to really get into the mix of trying to bring those people in to have those crews and those sets set up in their state. I don't want to speak out of turn, so somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Arkansas and a number of other states in that region have really started to invest in this, and they've seen a huge return on investments. There was a number of TV shows and movies, which I can't remember off the top of my head, that they said have been shot now in these places like Arkansas and Missouri and those kind of places. And so it seems like a really burgeoning industry, and we really need to make sure that we can do what we possibly can as a legislature to encourage that to continue to grow. We had folks come in who have talked about wanting to film Westerns or prairie-based TV shows or movies, and that Nebraska is the perfect place to do that, especially when you get out into the gorgeous parts of Nebraska in the Sandhills and out in the Panhandle, and they really want to set up shop there. But right now, it's such a expensive endeavor that it really is not fiscally possible for them to do so. And so the original bill, I think, had a pretty large fiscal note attached to it, which obviously we wanted to be as fiscally responsible as possible. So we ultimately started to pare down how much that was going to be. And I cannot remember, again, off the top of my head, I should probably open up my computer here, what we ultimately had that bill capped at. And another committee member can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 1 million, maybe 2 million. And so it is a start. But if we do see a benefit come from that, I think it's something that we can really continue to encourage and to incentivize. It was also really interesting during the hearings. We had a couple of students who are currently, I think, in middle school, one of them was, and in high school, come and say to us, we are in these programs, we are learning the film industry. And it really was their passion, and they want to make it their career. And they came to us and said, I want to stay at home. I don't want to have to leave to do this job. But as it currently exists, there's almost no opportunities outside of a couple of small local places that you can do this kind of work for people to actually exist in the industry and make a living out of it. For those who know my background, I did a bit of theater back in high school and college. I was actually a theater major for a couple of years. And so a number of my friends who stayed in the theater and film industry, they moved, they left. And the vast majority of my friends who were in sort of the acting programs in high school here in Lincoln ended up going to college in Nebraska. The amazing theater programs, both at Wesleyan in my district and also at University of Nebraska and other colleges and universities across the state. But once they graduated, they had to leave because they couldn't.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. They couldn't find that work here. There was actually a person I went to high school with who has since moved out of Nebraska who testified at the hearing. So I say all of that to say we really want to prevent the brain drain. We really want to stop people from leaving the state. And I think this is one opportunity for us to do so. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk more about that. I hope Senator Sanders gets a chance to open on that a little bit later today and we can hear more about what that bill actually does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Conrad would like to announce some guests in the north balcony. Ninth graders from North Star High School. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Returning to the queue, Senator Day, you're recognized to speak. Excuse me. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
And she's telling everybody here. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. As I have stated numerous times, that I am open to withdrawing my IPP motion if there is an agreement, and nobody has told me that there's any agreement on amending this. All I have heard is that people are non-committal. And so I don't agree with the dollar for dollar tax credit to the crisis pregnancy centers. And there is no agreement to change it, adapt it, expand it. There's no agreement. So I'm going to take time. It's that simple. And I am clearly being sabotaged by other Democrats who are okay with it as is, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand. These past 2 weeks have been a living hell. And it's mostly because of Democrats. Just treating me like I'm garbage and can be thrown away. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be standing here talking. I don't want to be fighting this. I like this bill. I like the things that are in this bill. I've asked people to help me, and instead of helping me, they're going behind my back and telling people to pull out, to abandon me. It's so fascinating to me when people over the years have said that I'm just a puppet for the party or things like that. I'm like, I am nothing to this party. I am less than nothing to this party. I am less than nothing to my Democratic colleagues. As people noticed on social media last night, they said, are the only people that work there Senator Cavanaugh, and Senator Dungan? Sometimes it feels like that. I am so hurt and disappointed. The dollar for dollar tax credit should be amended, period. And if you're not trying to do that if you don't have the votes. Work the room and get the votes. Don't stab me in the back. You're not trying to do that. If you were, you would come to me and you would say, we have 25 votes for this, let's move on. But instead, you go around and you tell people to get out of the queue, to leave her alone, flapping in the wind again by herself. If you have the votes, then tell me you have the votes. You have 25 people. Who's run a card? Show me the card that we have 25 people to do an amendment, and then I will just withdraw this and we can move forward with our day. I've got a bill on the agenda that's been on the agenda for days. Be great to get to it. It's good for victims of sexual assault. I'd love to get to it. Show me a vote card. Don't stab me in the back. Show me a vote card. Do things the right way. Don't be deceptive. Don't be cruel. Just show me a vote card and I will pull out of the queue.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been very transparent. I don't agree with the dollar for dollar tax credit of the crisis pregnancy centers. I know that the advocates offered a proposal that would expand it to more than just the crisis pregnancy centers. I don't actually care for that either, but I think it's at least a better solution to address the means that Senator Albright wanted to address, but also giving other organizations the opportunity to take advantage of this and not limiting it to just one organization. And I've been very transparent about that. So I don't know why people have to go behind my back and tell people to get out of the queue instead of just showing me a vote card. It's much easier, it's much quicker, it's much more efficient, and it's collegial. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh, and that was your final time before your close on the motion. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know, for the folks watching at home, obviously there's more that goes on than meets the eye in the legislature. There's a lot that happens. You know, people, sometimes you think, if you watch this morning, you watch the final vote, everybody just sits here quietly and the clerk mumbles and then everybody pushes their button and people say, well, what's going on? Well, and the folks up here, if you're paying attention. So a lot of the work, things happen under the balconies in the committee work, and then the bills come out on the floor, and then we have the floor, and some of the conversation is people's first impression, where you haven't heard about, you don't know about something, and some of it is just you need to suss out the details. That's what the debate is for, right? And then you point out changes, which I pointed out one typo, I would call it, in Senator Merman's bill yesterday, which I assume he's going to work on a fix. He said he would between now and select. And it's getting a little loud in here, but I'll keep going. I'll soldier on. Thank you, Mr. President. You have the floor debate is partly the conversation about what are the technical aspects of it. Some of it's to make sure we're clear on the record. Some of it is just an actual, people don't like a bill, and there's ways to stop bills, which is voting against it and having the being victorious on the vote, being that amendment doesn't get 25 votes or it does get 25 votes to get on or to get off. And then you have the filibuster, which is the thing that a lot of people talk about, where it raises the threshold for a bill to pass. So it means it's something that maybe is controversial, requires more support to move forward. That's what we're talking about here. This one is an odd one. This is why people are having a lot of consternation, heartburn about this. This bill is broadly popular, and people want a lot of parts in it, but it has been log rolled together, as I talked about earlier, where some other parts that people don't like are in it. And so we're having a conversation about balancing those interests. From the looks of it, maybe we are at a point where people are ready to move on in this conversation. So sometimes things take a while for a conversation to develop and evolve and get to a place where we get to a resolution. And that's kind of the point of this conflict. And that's where we're at right now. And people have a disagreement about exactly how to get to where we are and what is the values of continuing in a conversation about this. So that's, if you're watching at home and you're wondering what's going on. So that's kind of what's happening. I think this is my third time talking. So I can talk about, I could tell you again about the stuff I like. I forgot about the movie part. It's Senator Sanders' portion of this bill that I think is great. Senator Duncan mentioned it. It is hopefully help build up the film industry in Nebraska, which would be really exciting. Filming movies here is fun. It's a great thing to have. It brings in economic development. And then when you film a movie, it creates tourism. People want to go see places that movies that they enjoy have. A great example of that is Field of Dreams, baseball stadium, baseball field, I guess, in Iowa. People still go there to this day, which that movie came out in like 1989, I think. But the idea is you create this economic development driving of creating movies in an industry, and then you might have this follow-on effect of tourism as a result of the films themselves. But then it creates a opportunity for more culture as well of people who can work in an industry that didn't previously couldn't make a living in the state of Nebraska. So that's exciting. So all those reasons, I really do appreciate Senator Sanders' bill on that. And I know she's worked on it. We were at a conference together and she did a tour of, it was a film set and I was supposed to go, but I missed it for some other reason. I don't remember, but it was a film set for, I think it was the show Hawaii Five-0, but I'm not 100% certain. But anyway, so Senator Sanders has been working on that for a while. And so I think it's great to see that work of tour, interim study to bill to hopefully implementation. So that's kind of a good way to do things. Do your homework, do your work a bill, get it into package, get it moving. So that's another good part of this bill. But again, I like most of LB 937. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Albright would like to recognize some guests in the South Balcony, fourth graders from Wayne Elementary in Wayne, Nebraska. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have so many kids in the building today, and I just want to welcome all of you, and I hope that whatever it is you guys decide to do in life, I hope that you take some inspiration from this place, from this building, from the processes that you're able to bear witness to here in your state legislature. And whenever I get the opportunity to talk to kids, what I want you to remember the most is that there is no elected official, there is no person in power who is above you. That whether you are of voting age or not, whether, whatever your background is, wherever it is you came from or where you're going, the people who are here in this body are here to serve you, to improve your quality of life, to make Nebraska a place where you're proud to call home. And as you grow up and learn and grow, I hope that you continue to take pride in that and also hold us accountable and don't let us get away with anything. So I'm happy you're here today and had a great time talking to the JAG students out in the rotunda this morning from my district, and also got to say hi to some of the kids from Blair, Nebraska, which is where I grew up. So some days we don't have a lot of kids in the building and some days we do, and I really love it when we do. So please enjoy the building, and if you see people in the hallway, say hi and make yourself at home, please, because this is your house. I want to share a few other concerns about the proposed LB 606 as it's amended into the committee amendment for LB 937 about directing public funds toward crisis pregnancy centers through tax incentives, which can divert critical resources away from comprehensive reproductive services that are already underfunded. This redirection of funds not only exacerbates existing disparities in access to health care, but also prioritizes ideological agendas over the medical needs and autonomy of individuals. It's our duty to ensure that all members of our community have access to accurate, unbiased, and comprehensive healthcare services, and that includes informed consent. It's not just knowing what treatment you're getting, but knowing what treatments you're not getting, what you're not choosing, so that you know all the options available to you. And that's not what crisis pregnancy centers offer to their patients. Support of pregnant individuals and families is a noble cause. I completely support it. A huge cornerstone of my ethos is that I believe and I fight for everybody to have the kind of family that they want, when they're ready for it, with who they want to have it with. And it's crucial that we provide the support to families through accurate, evidence-based, medically accurate, ethical means. LB 606 as it stands risks doing more harm than good by supporting organizations that fail to meet this criteria. I urge you to consider the broader implications of this amendment on public health, on medical ethics, on the equitable distribution of resources. And I would also return to a point of profound concern, which merits deeper exploration, which is the potential for this bill to not only misallocate public resources, but also to legitimize and fund the dissemination of medically inaccurate information through the endorsement of crisis pregnancy centers. By offering tax credits, the state is signaling an endorsement of these centers, many of which has been documented to provide information that is not only unscientific, but in some cases blatantly false. This misinformation ranges from exaggerated risks. Thank you, Mr. President. The misinformation ranges from exaggerated risks associated with abortion to unproven claims about the effectiveness of contraception. And these practices not only mislead people who are seeking guidance during a really vulnerable time, but it also undermines public trust that we have in our entire healthcare system in Nebraska. It undermines public trust in our medical institutions and our expert healthcare providers that we are so proud of in our state. And these are the long-ranging implications of putting something like this into statute. All of these organizations can still receive contributions, they can still receive donations, nothing is preventing that, but we cannot as a state endorse organizations that do not provide the standard of care to their patients. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak, and this is your final time on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the time that people have taken on this. Just for those who are wondering and watching at home, we are in fact doing some things behind the scenes that you don't always see from the TV. And I know when I used to watch the legislature, you see people talking and a lot of movement around in the background, and you don't know exactly what's going on. But rest assured, there are many conversations happening about this bill, given the fact that I think individuals are trying to figure out a way to move forward based on opposition they have, including the opposition that I've expressed, and find ways that we could try to proceed on this potential package. So I do appreciate those who have hopped in the queue to provide that time and talk about the bill. There certainly is enough in this potential package under LB 937 that we could talk about it naturally, I think, for a very long period of time. One of the parts of it that I wanted a little bit more information about, if my friend Senator Tom Brandt would yield to a couple of questions.
Senator Brandt, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. You and I had a conversation a little bit earlier where I said I might ask you a few questions about this. Would you mind going into a little bit more detail and explaining how your biodiesel tax credit works?
I would. For a little background, I'm going to read a paragraph out of my opening. Biodiesel is a cleaner burning, high performing biofuel made for diesel engines. Biodiesel is primarily made from soybean oil or corn oil, but can also be made from animal fats or other fats and oils and blended with petroleum diesel. Biodiesel is a renewable diesel replacement that can be used in existing diesel engines without modification. What this bill does is it creates a 14-cent refundable state income tax credit for retailers of biodiesel. But what you have to understand is that 1 gallon of biodiesel can be spread out over 20 gallons or more of regular diesel fuel.
And so you've heard me, I think, probably talk ad nauseum now about SAF. Is that correct?
Well, not ad nauseum, because I'm a big supporter of SAF. I think it's a great program.
So that was my next question: is what is your understanding of kind of the interplay of our sustainable aviation fuel potential industry that we could have here in Nebraska and our current biofuels that exist both in your district and elsewhere?
It's huge. I know that if you converted every ethanol plant in the United States to sustainable aviation fuel today, that would not be enough to supply the sustainable aviation fuel market, let alone there would be nothing left on the ethanol market. And I'm also aware that now we have renewable potential in the marine fuels. So the CO2 byproduct coming off of these plants now can be made into green methanol, which can be burned in marine engines.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. I appreciate that information. Colleagues, that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm excited about. We have so many different parts of this industry that exist, where I think we as Nebraskans already have the ag inputs to go into this. We already have the infrastructure in a lot of areas set up. And beyond that, we also have the ability to actually bring these places in and have this SAF develop. I think Senator Brandt's biodiesel tax credit is a great idea. Senator Brandt and I have generally agreed on, I think, the way to move forward on a lot of these renewable energies. And I think it's really, really great that we're seeing sort of a connection between both the rural and the urban areas with regards to what the future looks like in that. That capturing of the gas that ultimately is being put out right now by ethanol plants and things like that, the carbon, and being able to scientifically take that actual gas and then turn that into a liquid jet fuel is really incredible technology. And there are companies who are working on doing exactly that right now who have contacted me directly and said, we want to be in Nebraska doing that. So it's very exciting that this is an industry that I think is starting to evolve, and I appreciate the efforts of Senator Brandt. I think Senator Ibaugh as well, Senator Dorn have all been really, thank you, Mr. President, been champions for a lot of those renewable fuels. And it's an opportunity for us to come together and really, I think, find a way to evolve our economy. So again, LB 937 as an underlying priority bill is a great bill. I appreciate both Senator Bostar and a number of other partners, including the AARP, on coming to the table and making that workable. I like the vast majority of what is potentially contained in the committee package, and I would encourage my colleagues to continue listening to the conversation and understand that we're talking about a large benefit and a return on investment to Nebraska. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what's going to happen now, I had filed a motion to reconsider the vote on the IPP motion, and we go to a vote on this, and then that comes up, and then I open on it and talk and blah, blah, blah. But I am not going to do that because this place has broken me. So what I'm going to do is withdraw my motion, sit down and work on my remarks for, the fact that I was sexually harassed on the floor of the legislature, which people are attacking me over and working behind my back on that as well. So I'm just going to go along my merry way of being torpedoed at every turn by my colleagues and just, I guess, deal with that trauma. How fun. So if somebody wants to object to me withdrawing the motion, they can do that. Otherwise, we're just going to go forward. Mr. President, I withdraw my motion.
Without objection, it is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Legislative Bill 937, introduced by Senator Bostar, an act for relating to revenue and taxation to amend section 772715.07 revised statute supplement to adopt the Caregiver Tax Credit Act, to provide for tax credits, to harmonize provisions, and to repeal the original section. The bill was referred to the Revenue Committee. The committee has placed the bill on general file. There are committee amendments.
Having already opened on the bill, Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Good morning, Mr. President. So the committee amendment includes, I think Senator Bostar has spoken to most of this. There's Senator Albright's LB 606, which is a tax credit for donations made to pregnancy health centers. It's capped at $2 million. There's this one is mine. It's LB 901. It allows nonprofits that purchase property and develop the property or contract for development of other property, then transfer the property or contract is complete to have sales and use tax exemption. So what that means is Children's Hospital in Omaha, this is very much like what we did last year with the Omaha Library, because a nonprofit is building it. Even though it's a nonprofit organization, if Children's was building the hospital, they wouldn't have to pay sales tax on any of the things to build the hospital, because a nonprofit is building it, even though they're going to turn around and give it to Children's. And it's an expansion of children's mental health the nonprofit would have to pay the sales taxes, which we all agreed is not a good idea. So that's that part of the bill. Oops. Senator Brandt, I think, already discussed his part of the bill, but if he would, I would like to ask Senator Brandt a question.
Senator Brandt, 8 minutes.
Senator Brandt, would you please?
Excuse me, question.
Yes.
Would you please explain to the legislature your part of the bill?
Yeah, we talked about this in an exchange with Senator Dungan here about 15 minutes ago. So this bill was passed last year, and it originally asked for $5 million in funding for refundable tax credits, and the Revenue Committee graciously gave us $1 million. And so really what we're doing this year is just coming back for the other $1 million. And this is a 14-cent refundable tax credit to retailers in the state per pure gallon of biodiesel.
Justin.
A pure gallon of biodiesel will cover like 25 gallons of regular diesel.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Senator Sanders, will you yield?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Sanders, would you please explain what LB 1022 is?
Yes, LB 22 with now AM 3132 into 937, qualifying film projects completed in Nebraska. AM 3132 creates a refundable income tax credit for production companies producing new films, video, or digital projects, and was amended by the committee to a $1.5 million cap. To be clear, this is not a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. What AM 3132 does is provide a 5% up to 20% tax credit on films produced in Nebraska. However, as outlined in the bill, there are opportunities for an uplift in the tax credit totaling to 15%. This bill carefully and thoroughly details what qualifies as eligible spending for different types of projects. After working with the Department of Economic Development, smaller local films produced in Nebraska will be funded through a grant program. AM 3132 seeks to retain and recruit new talent within the film industry to stay here in Nebraska. Unfortunately, Nebraska often loses much of their recent college graduates as they seek better opportunities elsewhere in the country. Incentivizing our filmmakers and producers to create films and build studios here in the state of Nebraska not only generates a sustainable amount of revenue, but also provides jobs for our young filmmakers while providing them with a path forward to them to stay here in beautiful Nebraska.
John, are you? Thank you, Senator Sanders. Could I ask Senator Frederickson if he'd yield to a question?
Senator Frederickson, will you yield?
I will.
Senator Frederickson, could you explain 1040?
I'd be happy to. So LB 1040 is a bill that this is almost a 2-year project of mine. Last year, the legislature passed the structure of this bill. This year, 1040 is the actual funding of the bill itself. So LB 1040 came about through the knowledge that we are seeing a high need for donations to food banks throughout our state to address some of the food scarcity throughout our state. And what I learned at a conference was that the grocery industry is oftentimes throwing away food that is eligible for donation because of the cost of doing so. So LB 1040 provides a tax credit for food donations to food banks when done by grocers and restaurants, among other things. So I'm very much happy to be included and grateful to the committee for including this in the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Albright?
Senator Albright, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Albright, would you please, I'm having trouble seeing people and seeing would you please explain your part of the bill?
Certainly. LB 606 was heard last year in the Revenue Committee. It's the Nebraska Pregnancy Help Act that would establish a new tax credit to incentivize private donations to pregnancy help organizations across Nebraska. who are providing under-supported pregnant women and families with services free of charge that are crucial for the physical and emotional and feminine well-being of the patients. These free services include pregnancy testing, pregnancy and prenatal care education, counseling, food, clothing, housing, transportation, parenting, and life skill classes, child care, licensed medical care, and referrals to additional community services and material help. Pregnancy help organizations also provide personal relationships with a strong local support network for women and their families in ways that no government program can. LB 606 will help support and expand this work by providing up to a $2 million tax credit to be allocated per year for private donations to eligible charitable organizations. One of several pregnancy help organizations in Omaha last year raised a little over $2.5 million to serve 1,991 clients that they've helped. Doing the work with these pregnancy help organizations requires resources because the sheer need out of Nebraska communities, since Roe versus Wade was overturned and we're asking these women to have the children, it's important that we support these organizations. This bill defines an eligible charitable organization as a 501c3 that regularly answers a dedicated telephone number for clients, maintains its physical office, clinic, or maternity home in Nebraska, and offers services at no cost to the client for the express purpose of providing assistance to women in order to carry their pregnancies to term, encourage and enable parenting or adoption, prevent abortion, and promote healthy childbirths. An eligible charitable organization must use licensed medical professionals for any medical services offered and cannot receive more than 75% of its annual revenue from government grants or sources. The organization seeking to become an eligible charitable organization shall provide the Department of Revenue with a written certification that it meets all criteria under LB 606 to be considered an eligible charitable organization. The department shall review each certification to determine whether the organization meets the criteria and shall comply and make available to the public a list of eligible charitable organizations that have been approved. No more than 50% of the amount of the tax credit allocated per year can be allocated for contributions to any one single organization, and no individual taxpayer may receive a tax credit greater than half of the income. I ask that you approve 3132 and look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you, Senator Albright. How much time do we have left?
1 minute.
I think Senator Bostar has covered all his parts, or do you want the time? Senator Kauth, do you want to speak to Senator Ibach's part? Oh, you're up next. Senator Bostar, you can have 50 seconds left.
Senator Bostar, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair Linehan. I think I'll just briefly talk again about the Individuals with Intellectual and Developmental Disability Support Act, which would create a tax credit that would support employers of direct support professionals, an employee working as a direct support professional, and an employer who employs an individual receiving services under the day or comprehensive developmental disability waiver, and an employer who provides for defined supported employment or pre-employment services to an individual receiving services under the day or comprehensive development disabilities waiver. All those together.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator John Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
I would ask to divide the bill, the amendment for division.
Could Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Bostar, Senator Linehan please come forward? Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, as it pertains to the committee amendment to Legislative Bill 937, Senator Kavanaugh. First of all, Mr. President, it's my understanding that the amendment is divisible.
Yes, the amendment is divisible.
In that case, Mr. President, the divisions are as such: AM 3205 containing the majority of the contents, containing the contents of LB 606. The second division will be AM 3206 containing the remainder of the contents of the committee amendment.
Senator Linehan, you are welcome to open on AM 3205.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for all being here. I don't have a prepared opening on this, and this particular part of the bill was a bill brought by Senator Albright, so I haven't had a chance to give her a heads up, but I would like to ask her some questions.
Senator Albright, will you yield?
Yes, thank you.
Senator Albright, this bill you brought last session too, right? Not just last year, but 2 sessions ago or session ago?
Actually, last year.
Last year. Okay. And last year, we didn't kick it out of committee, did we?
Yes, we did. We had 5 yeses, we had 1 no, and 1 present not voting.
No, this year we did that. What about last year?
It was kicked out last year.
Okay. Okay. And then it wasn't prioritized, so that's why we didn't get it to the floor.
Correct.
That's right. So, thank you, Senator Albright. I may yield some time, just a little bit. I'm going to take a couple minutes. I'm very, very proud of our Revenue Committee. We work together fairly well. Senator Bostar, so what happened to us this year is we discovered, I don't know, whenever you start really getting, after you get through all the hearings, you're on the floor and then you get through all the hearings, and then you look at your workload. We had 6 or 7 priority bills in our committee. One was Senator Bostar's, one was Senator McDonald's, Senator Van Gilleren, 2 committee bills, Senator Day. I might be forgetting one. And every one of those senators realized that the whole legislature has to work together. And sometimes we don't vote or vote no on a package, but we know we're all going together and we're all going to get something done. And it's not about one person. It's about making sure that we're collegial and we understand that we have to share the workload and we have to share what we accomplish while we're here. So that's what we did on all our bills, all our priority bills. And Senator Day was very gracious, and now we got a fiscal note back that I can't understand. And I told her this morning, I'll work over the weekend to see what we can do about her priority bill. We've got the other one that we were on yesterday that the whole idea that we've only got 8 days left. You got more than 8 days left, guys. If you want to get anything done, you're going to have to work some of these weekends. And you have to make calls, you're going to have to compromise, and you're going to have to work. So when the lobby out there goes home and sleeps, well, unfortunately, they'll all be working too. But this is like, the end. You don't slow down. This is when you pick up and make sure you're doing all you can to get your stuff across. And to get your stuff across, you may actually have to help somebody else get their stuff across. So, Senator Albright, I would yield if you're ready. Senator Albright?
Senator Albright?
I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Albright.
6 minutes 30.
Well, I just asked my staff to print whatever it is that we're talking about right here. I don't know why they divided the question. I'd like to see what's in this division. It's my understanding that it is LB 606. But what I just opened with and what these pregnancy help organizations are all about is truly helping women. And they've been doing this for years on public dollars, like people just donate to them. But since Roe was overturned, that was Senator Conrad just didn't quite understand why we needed to do this. But we need to do it now more than ever, because they are saving more mothers and unborn children because of the counseling that they give them, because of the ability to allow them to have a second choice at a decision that they may make that they might regret the rest of their life. But if this 606 is what it's all about, and they want to refer these patients or recommend abortion to them, that is not part of 606. And I will implore you to deny any ability to do that, if that in fact is what they're wanting to do. So I think we just need to find out what's in these amendments. I'm surprised that I'm up here talking about it when I don't even really know what the division is and what they're asking for. So I have punched in the queue. I will be on to answer any questions about these pregnancy help organizations. Be happy to do so. But it's a tax credit. So if you owe the state of Nebraska $5,000 and you want half of that credit, half of that to go to a particular entity, which that would be the pregnancy help organizations, you send the money off, and the Health and Human Services or the Revenue Department, somebody's going to decide where that money goes based on the qualified people who are in those pregnancy help organizations that are helping the mothers with all the needs that they have during their pregnancy. So hopefully everyone will focus in. I know we have several people off the floor that are in committee execs trying to still decide in the next 8 days what they need to get out on the floor. So, again, once we find out what the division is, I'm sure that somebody will be on the mic to tell me exactly what it's all about. And we will certainly discuss that until we are able to vote. But I do rise in support of LB 937 and the revenue amendments in AM 3205. So we'll find out what this division is all about, and then we'll continue to discuss it so everybody knows before we take a vote on those two. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bostar would move to amend the first division with AM 3187.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. This amendment broadens the definition of pregnancy help organization to include any organization that supports pregnant women and new parents. And it changes the narrow definition language and replaces it with assistance to women in order to support their pregnancies. The amendment continues to exclude organizations that provide, pay for, or cover abortions. And the amendment provides an exception to the 75% cap in government funding limit, specifically for domestic violence and trafficking programs and shelters, due to the fact that they receive a large majority of their funding from government sources for their operations. So simply put, this amendment expands the eligibility for organizations to be recipients of the tax credits. And with that, I am sure we will have a robust conversation about all of this going forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kauth, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in, let me get this straight, opposition to 3187, support of 3205, and support of 937. And I'm going to put my ARC cup up here so people can see it. I want to go through a lot of the parts of this bill, and Senator Linehan was exactly correct. We worked these long and hard. There were a lot of compromises. We made adjustments to what we expected to get, what we wanted to get. There were people who said, yeah, I don't like it, so I'm going to vote no, but I will support the overall package. We do have a great committee, and I very much enjoy working on it. Caregiver tax credit provides support for those people who are providing care for family members who are still living at home. As anyone can tell you who is in the senior care industry, it is getting more and more expensive to get into assisted living or skilled nursing. Family members are trying to do their best, and caregiving is exhausting and it is expensive, and it makes it so that people have a difficult time holding down regular jobs, or they're doing their regular job plus caregiving. It's important to support those people. The Cast and Crew Nebraska Act, I love this one, Senator Sanders. This is a really exciting opportunity to develop a film industry in Nebraska. We need to have a wide variety of industries. When we use these tax credits to build our industries and build businesses here, we need to make it a very wide variety, partly so we can survive ups and downs in markets, but also so that we attract and keep a wide variety of people. This one is really, really exciting. I know that they've done it in Georgia. Georgia has seen incredible success with their cast and crew tax credits. I believe on average, the states that do this see about a $6.50 to a $7 to 1 return on investment. The Nebraska Short Line Radio, and this is Senator Ibaugh's not able to be here, so I'm going to present some of her stuff. The Short Line Modernization Act provides tax credits for the short line railroads. Those are the ones that are usually internal to the state. They've taken on the challenge of upgrading their rail infrastructure for the benefit of the rural communities and Nebraska farmers. So we're talking about grain elevators to the ethanol plants. The effect of deferred maintenance are clearly being seen in some of these rail systems where tracks that are over a century old are having trouble. Sometimes they have to drop down to about 5 miles per hour on these tracks so that they don't derail. That hampers efficiency for Nebraska businesses, but it also poses serious operational risk. Helping these out is going to help our rural communities. The Nebraska Pregnancy Help Act. So Senator Duggan just passed LB 857, which we all supported, passed on final reading, giving prenatal access, increasing the prenatal access to those women who are using Medicaid. LB 606 does virtually the same thing, but it's for those who don't have access to Medicaid, and it's a tax credit. The individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, as I said, I carry my cup around frequently. This provides tax credits to not just the employers who are trying to hold on to good employees, but it provides it directly to those direct support professionals. That is an incredibly difficult job, along with, the caregiver, taking care of a human's body and treating them with respect and dignity. It's a tough, tough job. Not many people are willing to do it. It's something that we need to give them support because we have an aging population. We're seeing more and more. Helping people who are serving those individuals with developmental disabilities is an incredible benefit. Thank you, Mr. President. The medical debt relief sets up a mechanism for the state through the treasurer to help Nebraskans with devastating medical debt negotiate the discharge of the debt. The SAF, the airline petroleum, I love this one. This is another opportunity for us to broaden what it is that we do here. And I will tell you, and Senator Duggan can verify this, the state of Iowa is also looking at doing this, but they're a little bit further behind. If we're looking at ways to grow our economy, getting some of these things ahead of other states that are close to us will be significant help. And there's a portion in the bill for reverse osmosis, especially for those people out in the rural areas where they do have high nitrates. This will help put reverse osmosis filtration systems in individual homes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized.
Colleagues, good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we spent yesterday talking about getting rid of tax credits. Now we're putting a bunch more tax credits in. I would like to make a general discussion, and I'm sorry I'm doing this on Senator Albright's division. I just want to make a general comment to us regarding tax credits, and that is that we are spending a lot of money on tax credits. And tax credits, once we put them in place, don't ever go through the appropriations process again. We just have them there. And once we put them there, we don't ever have an opportunity to look at them writ large and balance them against other things. We don't have an opportunity writ large to look at them and their return on investment and balance them against other things. I'm a little concerned about all these tax credits we do all the time. If you look at the list of all the tax credits we have, I am most against dollar for dollar tax credits, which I will say is the case for Senator Albright's. And I'm not going to vote for any dollar for dollar tax credits. That is literally saying we give the money to someone else that you get to direct it. 100% you get to direct your taxes. I have concerns about these kinds of tax credits. I have concerns about tax credits in general. We have so many tax credits now that all these special groups of people get tax credits. What does the regular guy get? How do we decide to give all these people's wins and give them tax credits? What about the guy that doesn't make renewable jet fuel? I think it's wonderful to have whatever SAF or whatever jet fuel that Duncan is doing. But if we do all of these things in tax credits, it's no wonder we end up having to tax everybody else more. Senator Linehan has been a really good champion for trying to look at tax credits. I remember my second year here, I think it must have been my third year, because it was LB 289 was the number. I think she had 974 another year. They call them lobbyist employment bills. These bills to get rid of tax credits, because you have all these special groups that can hire lobbyists to come and say they should keep their tax credit. I happen to think Senator Bostar's tax credit is a pretty good tax credit, as tax credits go. But if we keep doing all of these tax credits, what's even the point of the appropriation process? Because we're not going to have any money left to appropriate. We're just going to have given all of the money away in tax credits. That's an exaggeration, but not much of one.
1 minute.
I think we need to be very, very careful thinking about, because some poor slobs, 49 of them, are going to be here in 12 years and 16 years talking about these tax credits and trying to figure out what to do with them and which ones to take off, because they don't go through the appropriations process. If we had a let's look at all of our tax credits and vote up or down on them every year process, maybe we would balance them. Maybe we would get rid of the ones that no longer have return on investment but have really good lobbyists. Senator Sanders, I love your idea of a tax credit as tax credits go. But we have got to be careful. We've got so many tax credits. Dollar for dollar is a no-go for me. The rest of them, I think we have got to be responsible about these tax credits. And I'm not saying we're not being responsible with this
Senator.
bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, after all of the foreshadowing of getting to the division of the question, we're finally here. And I think there's a lot of folks who are a little confused about what's going on, because this is our first division this year. I'm sure we did one in the last biennium, but none specifically. Oh, no, we did do one in the last biennium. That was Senator Erdman divided out a portion of the General Affairs Committee bill that was my bill that was the Keno bill. Anyway, so this is our first one of this year, not our first of the biennium. So here's where we are. LB 937 is on the board with the committee amendment. And then the committee amendment is divided, and I requested the division. It was ruled divisible, and I asked for separation out of the portion of the committee amendment that was originally LB 606, which is Senator Albright's bill. So that's what we are on right now. AM 3205 is the portion of the overall committee amendment that is LB 606. So that's what's up there at this point. And then there's AM 3187, which is Senator Bostar's proposed compromise language to make some changes to LB 606. And then after this part's disposed of, we will go on to the other portion, which is all of the other parts of 937 committee amendment together. So that's where we're at. And so procedurally, or how the votes would have to go, at this point, it would require an affirmative 25 votes to adopt Senator Bostar's amendment into 3205. And if that gets adopted, then it would take an affirmative 25 votes to put 3205 into the bill or the committee package that then would move forward. If Senator Bostar's bill AM 3187 does not get 25 votes, then it would just be a vote on 3205 as it currently stands. But again, that would take an affirmative 25 votes. So I think that's reasonably clear. If people have any other questions, I know people have had a lot of questions about this. And then after that, we would move on and take an affirmative 25 votes to put the rest of the package in. And then if there are any amendments to that, rest of the package as well. And then we would advance the whole bill, taking it again, an affirmative 25 votes, just like anything else. So if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them about that. But I think now that people are seeing it in action, we'll have a little bit better understanding. To the policy matter, I would say, I want to say I support 3187. I really appreciate Senator Bostar's work on this and others who are working with him, because this is a good bill that is a demonstration of necessity for compromise and giving a little on things that maybe you don't agree with. So there's a number of us who have issues with 606 as it currently written, and Senator Bostar is working with some folks to find language that maybe would alleviate some of those concerns, and that's currently takes the form of 3187, and so that's why I support 3187. And again, I still support 937 as a whole, and I appreciate the work of the committee on this package. And I think there's some really great, valuable things in 937. I would like to see 937 as amended include the language of 3187, or if there's other compromise language that Senator Bostar is working on, and I would like to see that adopted. So that's where we are. That's my position on this amendment.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I would encourage your green vote on 3187. And if 3187 is not adopted, I would encourage your red vote on 3205. However, if 3187 is adopted, I think a green vote on 3205 would be more in order. I guess I'm still on the fence about where I am overall on that particular portion with the adoption, but I do think it makes it much stronger with 3187. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, when Senator DeBoer stood up, I listened and I went, well said, good point. The point she'd made about the cost of this tax credit, it gets you thinking, can we even afford this? We had the whole speech, we got all the information this morning about the money on the floor, how few days we have left, how much money we have in these bills. Is it really smart, prudent, wise for us to put this bill from last year that's clearly controversial, that costs quite a bit of money, into Senator Bostar's bill, which without this poison pill would be sailing through right now and we'd be on to something else? I think that this is the time when supporters of LB 606 take the L They take the loss and they say, okay, fine, we'll remove it so that we can move on, so that we don't put more burden on our already strained, fiscal burden for the next biennium, and give it a crack next year. All of us have bills that we're going to be trying again next year. Whether we're going to be here or not, we all know that senators that come up next behind us, they pick up the torch, they pick up the work, and just because you're not here doesn't mean the work doesn't continue on these types of things. So that point was where that led my mind. My opposition, when you come at something as a progressive, you know that in the Nebraska legislature, it's smart to make a fiscal argument. It's smart to make a money argument because there's a group of people for whom that's the only thing that will reach them. It can't be quote unquote feelings. It can't be quote unquote emotional. It can't be a social bill, whatever. It has to be about dollars and cents and money. And, that's the only thing that reaches some people. So there's certainly a money argument to be made, but I think that just as important, and I don't think that this is feelings or emotions or social issue, anything, just the consequences of promoting scientifically unfounded principles, medical practices that are not the standard of care, with the rubber stamp of approval of the state by funding these crisis pregnancy centers. The consequences of that are not abstract. They're not ideological or philosophical. They have real, tangible effects on public health, particularly for women and families who need credible health information to make the best decisions for themselves and their families. We all know we don't have widespread, age-appropriate, medically accurate, research-based, comprehensive sex education in this state. We know the rates of pregnancy, unintended pregnancies that we see across all of your districts in the state. So we have data on that. We also have data on the rates of STDs and STIs in this state. And these high rates reflect the fact that there is a lot of ignorance around reproductive health in this state. And bills like LB 606 just make that worse because it gives funding to systems that perpetuate that. When individuals are misled, the potential for harm increases, not just in terms of the immediate health risks, but also in the broader context of public health outcomes. If people aren't getting accurate information from these healthcare centers, which we know they are not, we know that they don't, that's been proven. They can get delayed healthcare. They can delay healthcare that they really need.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. They can put it off until it's too late, which I have a story about that personally from back in my day when I was under the shroud of this kind of misinformation and ignorance myself, that I could speak about next time. We get increased rates of unintended pregnancies. But most importantly to me, no matter how you feel about the legality of abortion or the morality or whatever, it undermines trust in our healthcare system. It undermines trust in the medical experts, the expertly trained, totally capable doctors, nurses, physicians, assistants, medical support staff that we have in this state that we are so proud of. We should be using funds, if we use funds at all, which I don't think that we should at this juncture, to support those organizations, not these sham crisis pregnancy centers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, as we've sort of forecasted for the majority of today, this is, I think, the big question that was kind of coming down the pipeline was whether or not people support all of 937 or different portions of it. I do appreciate the division of the question here, and I want to help clarify, if possible, what we're currently talking about, because I get that this is very confusing, and I myself have been very confused through the many division processes because it's hard to follow. So LB 937 has a committee amendment. That committee amendment has in it various tax credits that all serve sort of a singular purpose of trying to help Nebraskans. Within that committee amendment, there was one portion that was Senator Albright's original LB 606, which was modified slightly, that I think was drawing objection and which I personally have objection to, respectfully. So the question has been divided. The committee amendment has been divided out, wherein we are debating now AM 3205, which is whether or not the Crisis Pregnancy Center tax credit should be included. And then the second part of the question is the remainder of the committee amendment, which will be voted on as a block. So what we have on the board here with AM 3205 is whether or not, yes or no, the LB 606 should be included in 937. AM 3187 from Senator Bostar changes the definitions and broadens the definitions that are contained in that AM 3205 to remove some of the objections that people had had. So I just want to make that clear, and I think I probably muddied the waters even more, but I think it's been a little bit confusing as to what we're voting for. I also want to be very clear about this. 937, LB 937 is Senator Bostar's priority bill. It is a personal priority. It is not a committee priority. And he has been on the record having opposed the inclusion of AM 3205 into his bill. So in a world where I know we try generally to be respectful of the introducers of bills, and in a world where we try generally to respect the wishes of the introducer of a bill, I think that it's good practice to not have what some consider a poison pill contained in a package that is a personal priority of a senator. Moreover, the fact that Senator Bostar has introduced AM 3187 to amend a piece of his own personal priority bill, colleagues, it strikes me as somewhat, I don't want to go so far as to say disrespectful to Senator Bostar, but it certainly is problematic when we have senators introducing amendments to their own personal priority to try to work and negotiate and fix parts of things that they don't necessarily have the most support for, and then to keep that out. So what we're talking about here with the Crisis Pregnancy Center tax credit is the reason there remains at least this kind of opposition to LB 937. I know Senator DeBoer outlined some of her objections in general to tax credits. I know that there are some objections people have to the fiscal note. Colleagues, we can still tweak this on select file in order to figure out what the actual fiscal impact is going to be. We won't know the actual fiscal note on this until this passes on to select, because so many modifications and limitations were put into place on these tax credits. So the committee did a lot of work to ensure that LB 937 had a reasonable fiscal note, and getting it to select file ensures that we can see what that actually looks like. And so I've talked to Senator Bostar. I know that he's open to further modifications happening between now and select, at least conversations happening. But the gist of what we're dealing with here today is whether or not we should include AM 3205 into the rest of that package. Thank you, Mr. President. I do object to its inclusion. I certainly think that these crisis pregnancy centers provide a lot of really positive things, such as materials, diapers, care, things like that. But I also think they provide a political perspective. And I think that they provide people with sometimes misleading information or certainly biased information about what options are. And I think if we're going to be providing tax credits to entities, we need to ensure that they are ones that are providing the full story, and they're providing the kind of care and benefit that has oversight and licensing and things such as that. I just respectfully disagree with my colleagues about whether or not that should be included. I did vote against the inclusion of LB 606 in committee, and so I stand opposed to 3205 being included as 937. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vargas, you are recognized to speak.
Hello. Appreciate you, President, Speaker. I stand in support of the amendment language. I'll be pretty matter of fact here. Two things. One, I support Amendment 3187 that Senator Bostar has for a couple of reasons. One, I think we should be supporting pregnant women and new parents, and this is broadening the definition to make sure we're doing that. I hope everybody supports that. If the underlying reason, both from Senator Albright and what I've heard from others, is to make sure that we are helping more pregnant women and new parents, this is broadening the definition to make sure that we are continuing to support assistance to women in order to support their pregnancies is a good thing, and I support that. Second, I generally support the underlying bill itself, 937, not necessarily 606 on its own, because it is narrowly tailored to just a specific definition, and I think it should be expanded. So I stand in support of 3187. I'm in opposition to the underlying divisional amendment 3205. I do support tax credits in general, but I do think I want to echo Senator DeBoer's notes, because I think it's important. I think there's a tendency overall for us to support a lot more tax credits because it's a way for us to support a specific group of people, a subsection of people, and it is commendable that we do that. At the same time, and I look at Senator Clements over here, it is a significant amount of overall funds that we obligate without planning our budget in the future. And it's a growing concern. People do not like eliminating tax credits in the body. It's not a typical thing that we do, because if people are using the credits and the funds are going out, it is not typical for us to do so. We may eliminate in terms of reducing the amount, but in the end, we tend to continue to support it. The people that, entities or individuals that receive those tax credits are either relying on them or using them. And the concern is going to be when you're looking at the green sheet in our budget that we've been talking about, the 62 million that will be at the end of fiscal year 26, 27, at the end of the next biennium, means that if there are more credits on the books, again, that is going to be more money off the top of our budget. So it's just something to be very mindful of. This is going to be for the future Appropriations Committee. It is on you to monitor this. I also think it's both on the Revenue Committee, the Appropriations Committee, and everybody at large to consider, how much are we obligating ourselves in future years? How much are we obligating ourselves in terms of tax credits for future years, rather than looking at potentially reducing some of these credits and then looking at more structural reform that we've been talking about. I think that's more beneficial. But in general, I want to stand in support of 3187, this amendment, because I think that we shouldn't just limit it to child pregnancy centers. There are other organizations that will be able to provide help address our maternal health crisis in the state. And it is a crisis. It is not just in the wake of Roe v. Wade. It has existed. The inequities have existed. And so we want to make sure that there's other organizations that can do this work, that can be eligible to receive these credits.
1 minute.
And I do thank the committee for the work overall on all of the other tax credit programs, and hope we are mindful on how we are spending, how much our budget is overall relying on tax credits, and whether or not it's something that we should look at differently to help us solve some of the tax issues and tax reform issues that we need to solve. Thank you very much.
Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in support of LB 937, AM 3205, and am adamantly opposed to the AM 3187. Colleagues, I started out asking for $10 million of a tax credit for the pregnancy help organizations. It's been reduced to $2 million. I hope after I'm gone that you add $2 million every single year thereafter until we do get to 10 million. Because this is an organization, these organizations across the state of Nebraska, there's like 26, maybe 28 of them that have done this all on just private donations. And they are helping the state of Nebraska in ways that I can't even begin to tell you, by helping these people get jobs, by helping them further their education, by helping them get a car, a place to live. You know, this these organizations, I implore you over the weekend, over the 4-day weekend, to go take a look at the testimony last year from every one of those organizations that came to talk about the lives they've saved, the mothers that they've helped bring through this, the families that didn't think they'd be capable of having one more child. You need to go out and read the testimony on this because, we went through this the right way. I've had a hearing. We had testifiers, but when you come to this point on the floor and people want to put things in your bill that completely changes the trajectory of what this will do, I'm not going to allow somebody to put in LB 606 that they are able to refer or recommend abortion. That is not what they do. That is not what they do. And there's no way that I would see it fit that money go toward that. And people know how I feel. I've felt this way my whole life. I will not change. The idea of fighting for the unborn or for the mothers or for the children of our state or the families. We all stand here for a reason to get done what we need to get done. But to think that this bill should not be a part of this package is over 15 million, and we have 20 million coming to the floor. Hey, it might even be scratched in the end. But I'm supporting the bills that are in this. I kicked them out of committee. There's one person on the floor that didn't kick any of it out. We need to wake up and understand that this is a great organization. The credits that are going to go toward it, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, you have to agree that every woman needs help. Every woman needs to be counseled when they're at that stage of the game, needing to know whether she should go one way or the other. I've seen the impact of the women and the families in the communities. These organizations are well respected wherever they're at by their communities. That's why they've been able to stay open, helping these women. There's a lot of organizations out there that get tax credits, and I'm telling you, this one should be at the top of the list. And for people to get to decide where their money is spent, because they're still supporting Nebraskans, they're still supporting our budget, but they have a say in where their money goes. Again, I just implore my fellow colleagues to know what LB 606 will do for the communities, for the women, for the mothers, for the families, and most important, for the unborn, that they will have a chance at life because we're going to support them as much as we can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mosier would like to recognize a guest, Mark Stock from Columbus, Nebraska, who's located under the south balcony. Please rise and be welcomed by your legislature. Senator Dorn, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And colleagues, I haven't gotten up and talked in quite a while since I call it our tax package yesterday or whatever, but wanted to make a few comments on number one is appreciate you guys all talking about this bill. We're using time up. Wish Senator Michaela Cavanaugh don't always do this. Wish she would have left her motion up there unless you guys find some funding and unless you guys really paid attention to what Speaker Arch said this morning about our funding, and I'm going to go over that. This bill, it doesn't matter. This bill won't go nowhere unless you come back and bring us some funding sources back. I agree with many of the programs, many of the bills in there. In appropriations, we look at the net revenue coming in. We get to know what the net revenues are. And then we start lining up what can be appropriated or what not. And on the green sheet, it's number line item 31. And you need to go down there and look at our minimum reserve. We're required to maintain that minimum reserve in the general funds. So in appropriations, we know what the net receipts are. We have the governor's proposals in there, and then we start appropriating. When we came to the floor, we got I call it raked over the coals by bringing back some of those funds, some of those accounts or whatever. We don't bring back those accounts, there would have been $240 million less in funding for the floor. Just so you understand that a little bit. That minimum reserve, we came to the floor with $62 million in 2 years out. And I've told you before that those second 2 years, those are plugged in numbers, but we have to use those plugged in numbers. You turn to the next 2 pages or 2 pages later, and Speaker Arch talked about it this morning. We have bills on final reading and we have bills on select file. And you go way over to the right on the top of the page, the 3rd page, you go way over to the right, and that number says a negative 369 million. What that means is we have bills that are using that 62 million, what we came to the floor with, and another 369 million, over 400 million. If we pass everything that has an A bill in its present form, we are 400 million below our minimum reserve, or we're a negative number when you look on the front page. So people, I agree with you very, very much. There's a lot of programs out there that we would love to fund. They have a very good purpose. Long term, we need to fund some of those. But I don't think people on the body here are really getting the concept that there is no money, because we do not get to go under that minimum reserve. We have to come back up to that number yet, somewhere along the line. So there are going to be many bills that maybe we pass them here, maybe we pass them on the floor. I'm not going to speak for the governor. I don't know what he's going to veto or anything like that, any bills. But if you guys want to come back to 60th day, there will be some bills most likely vetoed, and we'll get to take them up on the 60th day. Many people have worked hard. They have found revenue. They have done what the Appropriations Committee and the governor has done by bringing back some funding, finding funding somewhere else. Many of these bills are going to have that, or they're not getting passed. The realization is we are 369 million negative below our minimum reserve. You guys can talk about this bill all you want to. You can argue whether or not there's 9 good bills and 1 bad bill or whatever is in there. Without some other funding, without some other way to pay for those other 9 bills, even if we pass this with those 9 bills, when we come back here and start voting on select and final, if you pass those, we are not doing our duty as a Nebraska state legislature. We are not being responsible for our funding. And the one thing the governor is very adamant about is we need to decrease spending, and then we stand here and we pass these bills that include all of this spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I was in the hallway. Fellow senators, friends all, I think the discussion we have had today is a legitimate discussion. I don't think it's about wasting time. I think it's about negotiating and getting what's going on right. I'm glad that we decided to divide the question, because I think the thing that irritates people the most are clearly the emergency pregnancy centers. We want to make sure that when we are utilizing tax dollars, and we are still utilizing tax dollars when we're doing this, when we give breaks to people for donations, that we are working with organizations that are in the forefront with honesty and integrity and accurate marketing. And as you heard on the mic yesterday, that has not been the case, that there was a statewide study done. Again, the F word, facts. There has been facts and data and research that show us that this is not a good investment with our tax dollars. And we can say, well, this is one more resource for moms. But you know, there was a reason consumer protection laws were put into place. You know, snake oil salesmen, like, hey, if you drink this cocaine that we have in Coca-Cola, you are going to feel energized and you are going to feel like you can get lots more work done. And we guarantee it's not going to hurt you and it's not addictive and you need to drink that Coca-Cola. That was a long, long time ago, by the way. We put consumer protection laws in place for a reason. We ask that people not promote things that can be dangerous. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. We know that out of all of the different clinics that we talked about yesterday through the report, that only 2 or 3 actually said that they were not medical facilities. Not medical facilities. And a lot of the young women that are in crisis don't know that. We also know that some of them were documented, as you heard Senator Hunt say earlier, as being asked to put off needed care. Some were told that they might just spontaneously have a miscarriage and all will be right with the world. It is not fair to risk somebody's life through false marketing because you have a specific cause. We've talked about this on other bills this year. Women are more than vessels that carry your babies. They are human beings, they are people, and they deserve to have good choices that are backed by the medical community and the ability to make decisions about their own reproductive health care. But you cannot make sound decisions unless you are given accurate information. And that's why these clinics concern me. This is not an abortion issue. This is a healthcare issue. And this is about having the right information to make the right choices. Just imagine all the surgeries that go on in Nebraska in a day. Heart surgeries, right? Amputations, kidney surgeries. How many hundreds, if not thousands of surgeries are happening as we speak? Now imagine allowing a doctor to do that surgery without ever knowing why, the how, and the risks that are involved. That's what we're talking about. If we have compassion for these mamas, they need to have the right information and they need a medical environment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jacobson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just want to rise and express my opposition to LB 3187. And frankly, I'm at a point right now where, as Senator Dorn had accurately pointed out, we're running out of money, folks. We really have $20 million to the floor. We got a lot of bills out there. There's a lot of bills on select. There's a lot of bills on final. And many of those have a fiscal note of some kind. I appreciate the fact that Senator Albright has reduced the fiscal note on 606 from $10 million to $2 million. But let's also keep in mind, I know we talk a lot about tax credits, and we talk about tax credits versus appropriations. Well, if it's 100% tax credit, it is an appropriation, okay? Because it's 100% expense, okay, to the state. And so if you have a negative revenue on the fiscal note line, that is an expenditure. That's money that the state's got to pay for. I fully support LB 606. I think LB 606 is necessary. I think it's something we should do. But if we're going to go amend this out to open it wide open, I'm adamantly opposed. And frankly, I'm at a point right now, if we're going to filibuster this bill and then kick it to select and filibuster it again, I'm a no on the whole thing. Okay, because we're at a point right now where we don't have the money to spend on these issues. Senator Dorn is exactly right. The speaker was exactly right in what he said earlier today. And go talk to Senator Clements and ask him, as you look at the bills that we've already moved to select and final, and what those fiscal notes are. We have a lot of bills that come up every year, and it's, oh, we've got to pass it today. We cannot let one more year go by. But then how did we get by last year, and how did we get by the year before and the year before and the year before? So at the end of the day, there will be next year, and there will be opportunities to bring important bills back. This is the time in the session when things get squirrely. This is the time in the session when we start passing things that we don't know exactly what's in it. And we pass things to keep it moving. And there's a point when you've got a bill that has opposition, which this one does. But it's time to jettison it, come back next year with a bill that we can get our arms around and can support and have more time to work with and have a better opportunity to be able to properly fund it. But I am concerned right now at the stage in the session we're running out of time and we're running out of money. And I would hate to continue to spend time on bills that aren't going to pass by just simply kicking them to select. So I'm a hard no on 3107. I would support 3205 and the underlying bill, but I don't think we're going to get there. And with that, I'm just concerned that the dollars aren't going to be there. Moving it forward isn't going to accomplish anything. It's probably time to move on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There has been a request to place the House under call. Question is, shall the House be placed under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
32 ayes, 1 nay to place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Armendariz, Senator McDonald, please return to the floor. The House is under call. Senator Armendariz, please return to the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The question is, Senator Linehan, the vote was open. Would you accept call-ins? Mr. Clerk? We are accepting call-ins on the motion to call the question.
Senator Mosier voting yes. Senator McDonald voting
Yes. Senator Boston voting yes. Senator Hardin voting yes. Senator Meyer voting yes. Senator Bostar voting yes. Senator Dover voting yes. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh voting yes. Senator Decay voting yes. Senator Vargas voting yes. Senator Merman voting yes. Senator Wayne voting yes. Senator Raybold voting yes. Senator DeBoer voting yes. Senator Wisher voting yes. Senator Walls voting yes. Senator Conrad voting yes.
Mr. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, no nays. Cease debate, Mr. President.
The motion is successful. Senator Bostar, you are recognized to close on AM 3187.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 3187 broadens the definitions within what is currently on the board as AM 3205. It's the division from the Revenue Committee amendment. And it would include that it would apply to any organization that supports pregnant women and new parents. It would continue to exclude organizations that provide, pay for, or cover abortions. And the amendment would also provide an exception to the 75% cap in government funding limit, specifically for domestic violence and trafficking programs and organizations and shelters, because they receive almost all of their money from government sources. So in order for them to be eligible, that would need to be the case. With that, I will just add that, I've appreciated the debate on this. I appreciate working with Senator Albright. I enjoy serving on the committee with her. And sometimes we disagree on things, and that's how it goes. And that's all right. But with that, I will ask for a roll call vote in reverse order. Thank you.
The question is the adoption of AM 3187. There's been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart voting yes. Senator Wayne voting yes. Senator Walls voting yes. Senator Von Gillern voting no. Senator Vargas voting yes. Senator Slama voting yes. Senator Sanders voting no. Senator Reapy, Senator Raybold voting yes. Senator Merman voting no. Senator Mosier voting no. Senator Meyer voting no. Senator McKinney not voting. Senator McDonald voting no. Senator Lowe voting no. Senator Lippincott voting no. Senator Linehan voting no. Senator Kauth voting no. Senator Jacobson voting no. Senator Ibach, Senator Hunt voting yes. Senator Hughes, Senator Holcroft voting no. Senator Hardin voting no. Senator Hansen voting no. Senator Holleran, Senator Frederickson voting yes. Senator Erdman, Senator Dungan voting yes. Senator Dover voting no. Senator Dorn voting no. Senator Decay voting no. Senator DeBoer voting yes. Senator Day voting yes. Senator Conrad voting yes. Senator Clements voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh voting yes. Senator John Cavanaugh voting yes. Senator Brewer voting no. Senator Brandt voting no. Senator Bostelman voting no. Senator Bostar voting yes. Senator Bosson voting no. Senator Blood voting yes. Senator Ballard not voting. Senator Armendariz not voting. Senator Arch not voting. Senator Albright voting no. Senator Aguilar voting no. Senator McKinney voting yes. Vote is 17 ayes, 24 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, I raise the call.
I have nothing further at this time, Mr. President.
Question is the adoption of AM 32. I'm sorry, I didn't see your. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak. Senator Hunt waives the opportunity. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on AM 3205.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing quick. I know when you look at all the fiscal notes in this, that it's too much money, and we every bill in here doesn't match its original fiscal note. At least that's my recollection. So we will have a different fiscal note once we get this amendment attached and get it past general. Thank you very much.
Question before the body is the adoption of AM 3205. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
28 ayes, 15 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of AM 3205.
AM 3205 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the second division AM 3206 containing the remainder of the contents of the original committee amendment.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to open.
I would ask for your green vote. This is the rest of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Brandt would move to amend with AM 3260.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, it's the rest of the bills plus this one, I hope. This is a very simple, small bill that we had hoped to put on consent or a speaker priority. And what this bill does, it's about ethanol board funding, and they have their own cash fund. And what happened at the last minute was there was a fiscal note popped up for computer programming, but we generate $60,000 a year. So I'm going to read this because my LA did this, should take about a minute and a half. The Agriculture Alcohol Fuel Tax Fund was established in 1971 and is the funding source used by the Nebraska Ethanol Board to carry out its statutory mission and duties. The Nebraska Ethanol Board is an independent cash-funded state agency working to develop the renewable fuels industry in Nebraska. Today, the AAFTF was funded through an excise tax of 1.25 cents per gallon of denaturant purchased by an ethanol producer. For now, I will provide a little context for those not familiar with the process of denaturing alcohol. Since the very beginning of the United States ethanol industry, producers have been federally required to ensure that their ethanol is unfit for human consumption. This practice is called denaturing and is typically accomplished by mixing the ethanol product with natural gasoline, a substandard low-cost gasoline. As a result of this practice, the original statute for the AAFTF was narrowly encompasses natural gasoline. Over time, the requirements surrounding the practice of denaturing ethanol have changed by way of the amount, method, location, and type of denaturant that is allowed to be used. In summary, ethanol producers are utilizing new denaturants that aren't specified in existing statute and in certain markets, and may now denature ethanol at destination ports and terminals as opposed to on-site. These two changes have created a regulatory environment where select ethanol producers no longer remit to the AAFTF, whereas the vast majority of them still do. This amendment updates existing statute to reflect these new practices, first by expanding the list of denaturants, including those produced from renewable sources, and assessing the same 1.25 cent per gallon rate across 2% of sales of undenatured ethanol sold that is unfit for human consumption. And this bill also includes some cleanup by re-alphabetizing definitions and repealing old provisions of the ethanol producer incentive cash EPIC fund, which sunsetted in 2012. The bill was voted out of committee 8-0, and I thank Senator Bostar for allowing me to attach this to AM 3208. And I just received a note about what the cost is on this. The only cost on this bill is to reprogram the computer, and it's internal to the ethanol industry. And what they're doing right now is they are taxing themselves on denaturant at 1.25 cents. And when they wrote the original bill like 20 years ago, they had very limited denaturants. And today there's a denaturant called NAMF, that wasn't included. And by including that, they can get their funding back up to where it used to be. So they are self-funding themselves. So I hope that clears it up for everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to move to bracket the bill until April 11th.
Senator Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. So clearly, we don't want to help pregnant women that are at domestic violence shelters, because that's what the amendment that Senator Bostar brought would have done, is allow them to also benefit from the tax credit that only crisis pregnancy centers can now benefit from. So that's great. It didn't take away it from crisis pregnancy centers. It just expanded it to include domestic violence shelters that also serve pregnant women. And being pregnant and in a domestic violence situation is really a very, very dangerous time for women. So that's unfortunate. But I guess we thought there was 25 people that would support it. There were only 17. It's also unfortunate that 28 or so people would vote to put an amendment into somebody's priority bill that they opposed. But I guess as long as the person whose bill it is a Democrat, it's fine to do that. I think if we try to put something into somebody else's bill that they opposed, there would be just an uproar and outcry about it, and it would get pulled. The amendment would get pulled. But we are becoming a very partisan body. So I have some information on domestic violence. So local and national facts on violence. This is from the Domestic Sexual Violence and the Workplace Employee Toolkit from the Women's Fund. So experience some form of sexual violence during their lifetimes. 1 in 2 non-binary individuals, 1 in 3 women, 1 in 6 men. More than 20%, 7% of women and 11% of men experience sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetimes. Impact of violence on victims and survivors. Mental, emotional. That's depression, anxiety, PTSD, fatigue, nightmares, extreme emotional stress, including anger, fear, sadness, embarrassment, distrust of themselves and others, memory loss. Then there's the physical, chronic pain, digestive problems, brain injuries, STDs, unintended pregnancy. Then there's the behavioral, tardiness, self-harm, substance abuse, inability to concentrate, changes in eating or sleeping, easily startled. 16,240 is the number of people who received direct services from domestic violence and sexual assault programs in 2016. Well, we wouldn't want to help out 16,000 people, would we? 43,979 calls were made to local 24-hour crisis line. 1 in 6 women and 1 in 19 men have experienced stalking at some point during their lifetime. 19% of American adults and 27% of women experience workplace sexual harassment in their lifetimes. Every month, 900 individuals are sold for sex, often multiple times in Nebraska. Special populations: sexual assault, stalking, sexual harassment, domestic violence, and sex trafficking affect all populations. However, certain people are at higher risk for experiencing victimization: women, immigrants, people of color, indigenous people, people with disabilities, youth missing from care, people in poverty, LGBTQ people, and trans people are all most likely to experience victimization and face greater barriers to seek care and support. Sexual violence. This is a quote from a survivor. I lived in a world where I thought that rape would never happen to me. The guilt, isolation, lack of family support, raised eyebrows, sleeping with the lights on, years of counseling, and feelings of not knowing if this guy was around the next corner. I tell survivors, don't try and go it alone. Don't ignore the feelings inside. They will come back to haunt you. What is sexual violence? The term sexual violence refers to sexual contact or behavior that occurs without the explicit consent of the victim. Whether attempted or completed, any of these examples constitute sexual assault. Examples of behavior: non-consensual oral, anal, vaginal, or digital penetration of the victim's body, also known as rape; forcing a victim to perform sex acts such as oral sex, touching the perpetrator, or penetrating the perpetrator's body; unwanted sexual conduct, including intentional touching of the victim or making the victim touch the perpetrator, either directly or through the clothing, on the genitalia. It goes on. Non-contact, unwanted sexual experiences, including unwanted sexual incidences that are not physical, that occur without the person's consent. Examples include unwanted exposure to sexual situations, threats of sexual violence to accomplish some other end, and unwanted filming or disseminating of sexual photographs of another person. Anyone can commit sexual assault, but most perpetrators are someone known to the victim. Approximately 7 out of 10 assaults are committed by someone known to the victim, like intimate partner sexual violence or acquaintance rape. What is consent? Consent is when someone freely gives permission, agrees to, or says yes to sexual activity with another person or persons. For an activity to be consensual, all people involved must be able to freely consent to the sexual activity. Consent is an ongoing conversation, and partners should continually check in with each other throughout sex to make sure that their partner is still consenting. Consenting to one another, to one activity, does not mean you consent to all activities. Consenting to an activity at an earlier time does not automatically indicate that you consent again. At times, sexual conduct may be sexual violence, but the criminal justice system might not recognize it as sexual violence based on criminal statutes. Consent looks different depending on the individual's relationship, previously established boundaries, etc. Because of this complexity, it is impossible to concretely define what consent looks like across all interactions. The chart below includes examples of consent and non-consent. However, this chart is not all-inclusive list of indicators. Some of these examples might not apply to specific situations. Possible indicators of consent. Yes, let's try it. That feels awesome. I'm enjoying this. I want to keep doing this. Head nod or other body language. Possible indicators of non-consent. No, maybe later. I don't want to do this. Silence, pushing away, turning head or body away, physically non-responsive. Possible indicators that someone is not able to consent. Either they are intoxicated, under the influence of drugs or alcohol. They are incapacitated. There is a power dynamic, teacher, student, employer, employee. Their partner threatens them. Their partner coerces them, i.e. threatens to tell lies about or break up with them, use language like, don't you want to make me happy, etc. Stalking. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
1 minute 30.
Okay. Stalking. This is a quote from a survivor. I was completely mortified by the rumors my stalker had spread about me flying at work and felt really helpless. I felt like the more I denied them, the guiltier I looked. I didn't know how to stand up for myself, and I didn't understand that I was being stalked and harassed because a lot of behavior looked like things that our culture depicts as romantic. The flowers, the incessant attention, the refusal to heed my request to stop. I still believe that these were
1 minute.
Thank you. I still believed that these were all normal things that men did when they really wanted to win someone over. Well, since I have less than a minute, I will stop there, and I see that Senator Bostar is in the queue to speak, so we can do that and then move on. Thank you.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise just to mention briefly on AM 3260 that is a friendly amendment. Senator Brandt and I talked a little bit about his bill. It's a pretty simple piece of legislation, really just an update. And I think in the end, it has a net positive result on our general fund or our state revenues, I'll say. So with that amendment is friendly, and I would encourage your support of AM 3260. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no one in the queue. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been informed that there are some amendments pending that people would like to get to. And I hope that people paid attention to Senator Bostar in his support of the pending amendment right now. So I am going to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. See no one in the queue. Senator Brandt, you are recognized to close, and he waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of AM 3260. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
34 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of AM 3260.
AM 3260 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next amendment.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 3116.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I didn't let anybody know I was going to put this up here. But I just had it sitting on my desk, and I thought, this would be a really great contribution to this conversation. So, like I've said, I support a lot of things in this bill, and there's a lot of really good stuff in here, and I get it. There's some stuff that people think is too expensive, and some stuff that other people don't like, and we've taken our votes on those parts. But this is your opportunity to support something that is universally loved, and that is eliminating sales tax on diapers. So I brought this bill. It was LB 58, went to the Revenue Committee. It has a fiscal note of $1.6 million. So there's that. But diapers, we're talking about, the Senator Albright's portion about helping folks, helping pregnant people, and helping people raise children and take care of babies. And there's nothing more quintessential to the raising of a baby than changing diapers. Anybody who's had kids, today is my baby's 5th birthday. This is my youngest, my baby. And so he's out of diapers, we're into pull-ups, but it is over the past decade of my life purchasing diapers, paying sales tax on those diapers. And it's expensive, folks. Diapers are expensive, and sales tax adds to that burden for families raising kids. It's an additional hurdle for people being able to go to work because you need to have diapers at daycare. And so we have an opportunity to make it easier for families to take care of their kids. We have an opportunity to make it easier for people to go to work. We have an opportunity to improve the health of children and babies, and to help our most marginalized Nebraskans, our families who have kids, who have low income, be able to more easily afford those essential necessities. We had a conversation yesterday about how people don't pay sales tax on things that are essential. Diapers are essential. You can't go to work if you don't have diapers for your kids. It's bad for kids' health to sit in dirty diapers. We have diaper drives all the time in the state for families, and they will tell you that if you don't have adequate enough diapers, kids sit in dirty diapers longer, which causes health issues. So this is a simple bill, eliminates the sales tax on diapers. So if you want to support new mothers and fathers, new parents, if you want to support babies, you want to help Nebraska families raise those babies, this bill does it. So I'm asking for your green light, your support on AM 3116, and then ultimately, I guess we'll decide where we're at on the rest of the package. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dorn, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Senator John Kavanaugh yield a question?
Senator Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
Could you go back over the fiscal note? I did not catch that. I thought you said 1.6 million, but
Yep.
I'm not sure.
So this would be, it was originally LB 58. The fiscal note is $1,671,000 the first year and $2,578,000 the next year, fiscal year 24-25.
24.
So actually, it would probably be shifted back at this point with an updated amendment because the bill is a year old. So realistically, it'd probably be about, I'd say $2.5 million in foregone sales tax every year if we adopt this.
Every year. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for answering questions. I got up earlier and spoke, and I told myself I'm not going to sit there and do this anymore and let people. I don't know if people heard me or not or understood where we're at on all these things. This bill 937 has a fiscal note. I am supporting the bill. I will support 3206 to get it to the point where, and I don't know if I'll vote for this or not yet, to get it to the point where we have a fiscal note on it, a legitimate fiscal note, because when we come out with all these bills, it's very hard to work through them and try and figure out, yes, this is part of the fiscal note or not. What I want to go over, though, is a little bit here. And I don't know who has a green sheet in front of them, but we have what we call net receipts. And Senator Wendy Moore talked about our tax credits that we give out, or that we've allocated the last few years. That tax credit, it shows up in the biennium year of 24-25. If we do it right now, it will show up in that year, and it will be decrease in revenue. So this bill here will be another 1.6 million in appropriations. So this will be an appropriation instead of a decrease in revenue. But I don't know if everybody understands this. The part that you need to understand is we have 5 years listed here. We're doing that in 24-25. That is an ongoing expense. So we have $1.6 million, easy math. We'll do $1.5 million for this year. Next year, it's another $1.5 million. And the third year over there, that way last line, that's also $1.5 million. This is a $4.5 million expenditure. Senator Albright, when she talked about hers and brought her bill from 10 million down to 2 million. Yes, it's just 2 million, but it's just 2 million this year. It's also 2 million next year and 2 million the year after. So that's a $6 million bill. So when you go over here, and I talked about on the top of page 3, and when you look way in that right column, and it is estimates for the following biennium, it includes that 4.5 million and it includes the 6 million. It doesn't include the 1.5 or the 2 million. So as this bill is moving forward, and not only this one, but other bills, this body has to come to the realization sometime that those funds are not available. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with funding for diapers. I'm way past that stage, but I'm okay with it. But you tell me where the revenue is coming. Yeah, I did get to do it with my grandkids. I did, but not no more here for me and stuff. I'm past that stage. Thank you. But you tell me where the revenue, you tell me where the receipts, where our money's coming from to pay for those. Because when we approve something here, we don't approve just a 1.5 million or a $2 million expenditure. We now have 2 more years added onto that, or that third column out there, which will be very important next year, which we have to live by, will also show that. And that is also the same things with these tax credits. It decreases our revenue this year, so in essence, it is an appropriation. It's not, it's a decrease in revenue. We're taking that many dollars less in revenue. We know we're going to allocate that. But what that does is, that's an ongoing one. So it is not just year one, it's also year 2 and year 3. And when we do projections out there in the budget, you also have to project out for those next 2 years, or when we do it next year, it'll be out for the next 3 years because it's a 4-year, 2 years plus 2 years. Those numbers add up. So this is very important. And I'm going to try and get up and talk every time so that when we get to these bills, some of them on select and some of them on final. And if there's not revenue coming forward with these bills.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Meyer would like to welcome 36 fourth grade students from Centura Elementary from Cairo. They are located in the north balcony. Please rise and be welcomed by your legislature. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator John Kavanaugh yield to a couple quick questions?
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to ask, are any other states doing this?
Other states do have this elimination of sales tax on diapers. Yeah, I don't know them off the top of my head. I wasn't necessarily prepared for to put this on here.
And I supported you when you brought it up last time, and I support you now. I also need to know, would adult diapers be included in this?
This does include adult diapers as written. I've had a few folks talking to me about that, and
that's just as important as others are. So with that, I do rise in support of AM 3116 and AM 3206 and LB 937. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand in support of Senator Kavanaugh's amendment, but I would ask that he yield to a question for some clarification.
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
First of all, Senator Kavanaugh, I believe there's 24 states that don't tax diapers, just for your FYI.
Thank you.
Did you mean for this to also be adult diapers?
I would tell you when I wrote it originally, I did not, but when I did bring it and file it, I heard from the adult diaper folks, and they were very excited about it, and I said, oh, great.
Yeah, because it says diapers means absorbent garments worn by humans, not puppies or anything, who are incapable of or have difficulty controlling their bladder or bowel movements. And so does the fiscal note reflect that it is both adults and children?
It does.
Okay. I had heard some people mumbling around about it, so I thought we better clarify that. And I didn't see any amendments that said otherwise. My only regret, well, there's several regrets, of my last 8 years is that I was never able to get breast pumps, the tax included. That was one of my first bills in the legislature. And that was when the first 2 years where it was death by fiscal note. And so Senator Linehan was actually nice enough to allow me to amend the parts of the bill that pertain to breastfeeding out of it. And we never did get it back around to revisiting the breast pumps. But I'm glad you're doing the diapers. The more we can do for the mamas, the better. So thank you for that, Senator Kavanaugh.
Sure.
And with that, I would yield back any time to the speaker.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So after talking to some folks on the Revenue Committee, I want to say that AM 3116, Senator John Kavanaugh's amendment, is a friendly amendment. But there's obviously a caveat on that, and I appreciate Senator Dorn getting up every 5 minutes to talk about the green sheet. And that is that here's how it works, especially for the revenue packages. And I understand that this looks like it's just, a Bostar bill, but as Senator Linehan spoke about earlier, this is just one of the revenue packages that exists. It was turned into that. We take our bills, we make modifications as they go out with the committee amendment. We advance them to select file. We get updated fiscal notes for the bills within the package. And from that point, once everything is moved there and we have updated information, we look and see what's possible. What needs to get removed, what needs to get cut, what needs to get trimmed down. where we need to source additional funds. We make all those decisions on select. That's how we've been doing it year over year. So far, we haven't driven the state into the red. So I hope everyone has the confidence that we can do that again. Additionally, the Revenue Committee has additional packages, one of which will come to the floor, and it will add money. It'll bring money to the floor. So, of course, we need to be mindful of our spending. Of course, we have to have a balanced budget. Of course, the numbers all have to line up. It's not that I can only speak for the committee that is up here. On the Revenue Committee, we're all aware of that. We know we have to do that, and that will be done. So I appreciate the anxiety, but I want to offer some reassurance that we're not, that we know how to do the math on this too. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no one in the queue. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're welcome to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the conversation. And I would point out, I really appreciate Senator Albright speaking on this. And I did know that she was supportive of this idea. And I think it's a great example of, Senator Albright and I have been on different sides of many issues, but we share a passion for taking care of our youngest, most vulnerable folks, but she also raised a good point about adult diapers being important as well. And I would say I brought this bill originally because I discovered we were taxing diapers, and I thought that was wrong. And it didn't even occur to me in my own, I guess, perspective to think about adult diapers. And when I found out about it, that was raised to me as a really important issue as well. And so I appreciate the conversation. I would ask for your green vote on 3116. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question before the body is the adoption of AM 3116. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
31 ayes, 4 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, I have nothing further at this time.
Senator Linehan, you are welcome to close on AM 3206. Senator Linehan waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of AM 3206. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further, Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Bostar, you're welcome to close on LB 937.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I appreciate all of the contributions that have gone into this dialogue, and I would encourage everyone to please support LB 937. Again, when it gets to select, decisions will be made on this, but appreciate the opportunity to get there. Thank you very much.
Question before the body is the advancement of LB 937. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
40 yeas, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 937 advances to E&R initial. Mr. Clerk, next item on the agenda.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 937A, introduced by Senator Bostard, is bill for an act relating to appropriations, appropriates funds aid in the carrying of the provisions of Legislative Bill 937. Bill was read for the first time on March 25th of this year, placed directly on general file.
Senator Bostard, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I mentioned previously on the bill, the underlying Bill 937 was cut down the committee amendment to 2.5. So this isn't representative of that. Also, the committee amendment itself added a bunch of things that were also amended. So once we get to select, we'll have a better idea of what this is, but this is the A bill for the previous legislation. Thank you very much.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Bostard waives close. Question before the body is the advancement of LB 937A to E&R initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
38 ayes, 1 nay on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 937A does advance. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 130A as correctly engrossed and placed, 130A and 204A as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review also reports Legislative Bill 126, 1027, 1051, 874, 1335, 20, 71, 71A, 1306A, 1329A, 1344A, to select file, some having E&R amendments. Your Committee on Health and Human Services, chaired by Senator Hansen, reports Legislative Bill 982 to general file with committee amendments. Amendments to be printed: Senator Walls to LB 1329, 1370. From Senator Blood, Senator Clements, amendment to be printed to 1067. Senator Merman, 1331. Additionally, bills read this morning on final reading were presented to the governor on March 28th, 2024. Additionally, Mr. President, notice that the General Affairs Committee will meet in an executive session under the south balcony at 2 o'clock. General Affairs under the south balcony for an exec session at 2 o'clock. As it pertains to the agenda, Mr. President, general file Legislative Bill 1073, introduced by Senator Slama. It's a bill for an act relating to the Third Party Administrator Act, changes provisions relating to on-site audits of the operations of third-party administrators, and repeals the original section. Bill was read for the first time on January 9th of this year and referred to the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments. There are additional amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Slama, you're welcome to open on 1073.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. LB 1073 contains the provisions of LB 1073 and also the provisions of other bills that were heard by the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee. All were made a part of this committee package on an 8-0 vote. First up, the baseline bill, LB 1073. It's my bill. It's the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee priority bill. It was brought to me by the Nebraska Insurance Federation. It removes a requirement for an insurance company to perform an on-site audit of a third-party administrator, commonly referred to as a TPA, that administers benefits for the insurer. Under current law, an insurer is required to perform semi-annual audits of the operations of TPAs, one of which must be on-site. The on-site requirement is replaced with a safeguard that the director of the Department of Insurance may require the insurer to perform an on-site audit, presumably if issues arrive with the TPA's administration of the insurer's benefits. The semi-annual audit requirement will remain. Some TPAs have shifted to work at home status, hybrid, or virtual work, making statutory compliance with an on-site audit impossible in some situations. Nebraska is one of the final 10 states to have this antiquated in-person statutory requirement. In addition to LB 1073, we'll also be having a committee amendment and an amendment to the committee amendment, but for right now, I will be keeping in the long and storied tradition of the banking, commerce, and insurance industry committee and doing a round robin of the different bills that are included in this package. I see Senator Ballard is on the floor. Senator Ballard, would you yield to a question?
Senator Ballard, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Ballard, would you mind telling me a little bit about LB 1227?
Yes. LB 1227 seeks to remove unnecessary limits on how professional employee organizations and their health plans. PEO provides human resources development and service for employers. These services include payroll, benefit, and tax administration, and regulatory compliance assistance. These organizations also allow businesses to access benefits as retirement plans, health, dental, and other benefits that the business may have difficulty providing on their own. Under the current State Professional Organization Registration Act, a PEO is not allowed to offer and cover employees any health benefits which are not fully insured by the authorized insurer. This bill amends the statute to allow the PEOs to sponsor self-insurance plans and the compliance to registration requirements under current state and federal statutes. This change will add flexibility to PEOs' need while maintaining protection and abuse and fraud in context in the self-insurance plan. LB 227 was amended, was voted out of the banking and insurance.
No, you don't.
On an 8-0 vote.
Right. Thank you very much, Senator Ballard. You have another bill in this Christmas tree, do you not?
I do.
Fantastic. Would you mind telling us about LB 873?
Yes, my second bill is LB 873. It is a simple change to modernize real estate payments. The bill would make two changes. The first change would allow the change of definition of good funds relating to real estate payments and include real time and instant payment through the FedNow service and Federal Reserve or through the RTP network or the Clearinghouse Payment Company, LLC. The two payment options, much like the current bank wire, operate on 24/7, 365, offering real-time payments instead of the day and time limits of a current wire operations. The second change would increase the amount of good funds at closing agents and available pay at the time of closing from 500 to 5,000. Finally, the committee did add an amendment stating that the title insurance agents and the make payments out of escrow, settlements, and closing accounts and funds receiving from the two instant payments and added by this bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Ballard. You've come a long way from pet insurance. So we have another senator with one-step therapy bill in the BCI insurance Christmas tree. Senator Hansen, would you be willing to yield to a question?
Will Senator Hansen yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Would you mind telling us a little bit about LB 1148?
Yes, this is probably the best bill in this package, so if everyone will pay attention, that'd be good. I would like to thank Senator Salama for allowing the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Priority Bill LB 1073 to become the path forward for a piece of legislation I introduced earlier this year. People are often familiar with the term biologic medicines. These types of drugs are often used to treat autoimmune conditions, diabetes, cancers, and other diseases. They are grown with biological materials from plants, animals, various microorganisms, and humans. Stem cell treatments and drugs like insulin are considered to be biologic medicine. The FDA has very specific criteria that are met, and oftentimes they are heavily regulated and patented. This makes the price tag very costly. There is an alternative to biologics called biosimilars, synthesized medicines that are similar but less expensive. The FDA states that biosimilars are effective and safe, but Nebraska has inadvertently limited access to these affordable options because of the interpretation of federal laws. My bill, LB 1148, which is a part of this LB 1073, would expand the list of available options for healthcare providers to prescribe by including certain biosimilars that were previously restricted. This could save Nebraskans as much as $112 million annually. LB 1148 was amended into the committee amendment with an 8-0 vote, and there was no opposition at the hearing. I appreciate your green vote to Committee Amendment 2568. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hansen. Senator Dover, would you be willing to yield to a question?
Senator Dover, will you yield?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator Dover. You've got a couple of bills in this Christmas tree, don't you?
Yes,
Would you be willing to tell us about them?
sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, LB 1135, excuse me, prohibits the use of right to list home sale agreements. What's happening in other states is basically home sellers are being talked into signing purchase agreements, which then file a lien on the title, which can only be released upon payment of funds. And it's actually, because it's made recorded on the title and filed a lien at the courthouse, it just doesn't go away. So it's just unfair trade practice. And speaking of unfair trade practices, that's exactly what the bill does. It also makes engaging in such activities a violation of Nebraska Deceptive Trade Practice Act. The other bill that I have up is LB 1136. This is a very simple one for the Real Estate Commission. Basically, it gives them the ability to raise their fines from $2,500 to $5,000. And also then we align the air and emissions insurance. These are now renewable every 2 years, which aligns that with the real estate license renewal, which also is every 2 years. So that way, realtors only have to renew their real estate license and their E&O at the same time once every 2 years. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Dover. Senator Bostar, would you be willing to yield to a question?
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. You've got a few bills in this Christmas tree, correct?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. Well, last but certainly not least, would you be willing to tell us about them?
I would. And thank you, Chair Slama. I'm going to start with LB 1147, provisions of which were included in AM 2568, which I guess isn't quite on the board yet. Legislation relates to a newer type of annuity entering the insurance marketplace that is defined in legislation as an index-linked variable annuity, but is commonly referred to as a registered index-linked annuity, or RILA. RILAs are a type of variable annuity contract that is linked to the performance of a market index such as the S&P 500, but it also includes a level of protection if the index performance goes negative, called buffers. RILAs are good options for individuals whose risk appetite falls between the traditional guaranteed fixed payment of the deferred fixed annuity and the deferred variable annuity whose performance and value is directly tied to the performance of investments. Nebraska's current annuity law does not contemplate the existence of RILAs, and LB 1147 provides necessary guidance to domestic insurance companies on how to treat the assets held by the company for RILAs. These statutory rules will allow companies to establish separate investment accounts for RILAs while stating how these separate investment accounts will interact with investments, accounts, and assets otherwise held by the insurance company. These rules ensure that the promises made by the company who will sell RILAs will be fulfilled in the future and provide direction to the financial examiners of the Nebraska Department of Insurance when reviewing the RILA separate investment accounts. The provisions of LB 1147 will allow Nebraska domestic insurers to sell RILAs competitively to consumers all over the nation, including to Nebraskans. Legislation was amended at the Banking, Commerce, Insurance Committee priority on an 8-0 vote. No opposition testimony. Legislation was supported by the Department of Insurance at the hearing. And I'll probably stop there and punch in.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Bostar. I appreciate that. I'll now kick it to the open on the committee amendment, if I may.
You may open on the committee amendment.
Fantastic. So we've had a summary of all the different bills that are contained in this committee amendment. All of them came out 8-0. We're attached to 8-0. This is your 8-0 insurance Christmas tree. My gift to the legislature is a bit of a palate cleanser after what's been a really tough week. We also have an upcoming amendment to the committee amendment that contains cleanup language. Senator Bostar, would you be willing to yield to a question?
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yes.
So on this upcoming amendment to the committee amendment, as I understand it, we've got two language changes, LB 446 and LB 990 in there. Those are both yours. Would you be willing to tell us a little bit more about them? Thank you.
Yes, I would. So the provisions of LB 990 in AM 3085 addresses the definition, clarification of health benefit plan. The revised definition ensures that the Act applies to employer-sponsored plans and to self-funded employee benefit plans to the extent not preempted by federal law. In addition, the amendment provides that any contract under the Medicaid Prescription Drug Act with a pharmacy benefit manager or managed care organization using a pharmacy benefit manager shall require any pharmacy benefit manager that is a party or otherwise subject to the contract to comply with the Pharmacy Benefit Manager Licensure and Regulation Act. This is just clarifying language within the PBM bills that we passed last year.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Bostar. I appreciate that. Before I wrap up my introduction of this Christmas tree, I would like to take a moment to thank my outstanding staff for helping put this together, for putting together outstanding summaries, coordinating different amendments. As you can imagine, when it comes to Christmas trees, it's sometimes a fun task to keep track of neutralizing different opposition, making sure the amendments are clean and ready to go. And I'm just really grateful to Sue Ellen, my AA, Tori, my LA, Joshua, committee legal counsel, and Natalie, committee clerk. Without their work, we would absolutely not be here today. So I'm just very grateful for them. And with that, I would encourage your green light vote on LB 1073, the committee amendment, and the amendment to the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Slama would move to amend with AM 3085.
Senator Slama, you are recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've already given my rundown of what's contained in this. There's a committee amendment, correct? Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm glad we were able to get that worked out. Like I said before, AM 3085 are the minor language changes that Senator Bostar has outlined. We have the committee amendment that contains the bills we've already discussed. Everything's 8-0 and ready to go. So I'd encourage your green vote on LB 1073. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
I would request a division of AM 3085.
Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Slama, please come forward. It is the ruling of the chair that it is divisible, and if the clerk would please explain the division.
Mr. President, the two divisions of AM 3085, the first being sections 1 to 15, a peer-to-peer vehicle sharing program. The remainder, the second division being the remainder of LB 3085. The First Amendment, first division up will be AM 3285.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we've reviewed, as Brandon very succinctly summarized, right now we have a division between Senator Bostar's peer-to-peer bill language and then the rest of the committee package. So I will see if I'll yield my time to Senator Bostar if he wants to give us a quick refresh on what that language is.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Slama. So the peer-to-peer part of this amendment is LB 446, which closely follows the National Council of Insurance Legislators, or NCOIL, Car Sharing Program Model Act developed at the national level. LB 446 provides the initial regulatory framework for this industry in order to provide clarity and consumer protection for those participating in peer-to-peer vehicle sharing. The most important provisions include insurance requirements during a sharing period and who has primary liability to ensure that a vehicle is always covered. This ensures that the vehicle owner, the lien holder, and anyone that may be involved in an accident during a sharing period will be protected. In addition, the bill provides for record-keeping requirements by the program, disclosure requirements by the program to vehicle owners and authorized drivers, responsibility for program-installed equipment, the treatment of vehicles subject to a safety recall, and licensing requirements for program drivers. LB 446 ensures that we allow this industry to operate in a safe and effective manner while making certain all participants are protected. The legislation was advanced out of the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee on an 8-0 vote, and I would encourage your support for it. I'm going to listen to what some of the potential concerns are with these provisions, and I will respond accordingly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
I object to, well, it's 3285 is not germane to 2568.
Senator Kavanaugh, please explain why you believe it's not germane.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. So how much time do I have for that explanation?
Senator Slama?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I won't take a lot of time. I just want to make sure if it's a minute or if it's 5 minutes. Okay, the germaneness rule. Folks, I know it's late on the last day of a long week and we got other stuff to do, but germaneness rule is Rule 7, Section 3, subsection D. No motion, proposition, or subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. So we're talking about an amendment here. Any amendment that is not germane is out of order. Germane amendments relate only to the details of the specific subject of the bill and must be in a natural, logical consequence to the subject matter of the original proposal. A non-germane amendment includes one that is related to a substantially different subject. So I appreciate the work of the committee. There's a lot of bills in here, and this is not an opposition to this bill in substance. It's an opposition to the fact that we have a lot of bills in here, but the board just went out. But when there's so many bills in the underlying amendment, and then we have an amendment to it that I couldn't find any connection, any logical connection to it other than it comes out of the same committee. The underlying amendment, which is the committee package 2568, deals with health insurance, smoking, therapy for prescription drugs, health coverage issues, payment methods for real estate escrow, annuities, on-site audits for third-party administrators, employer welfare plans, professional employee organizations, and real estate sales. So there's about 10 bills in here, and this amendment that we're on, 3285, creates a new section to be called the Peer-to-Peer Vehicle Act, and it deals with allowing people to rent cars to each other, which I'm not opposed to. Again, this is not my problem, but I can't find any connection between that and this underlying bill. And so obviously we're talking about Speaker Arch talked about this earlier today, or that's my argument. I can pontificate about the argument later, but that's my general argument. There's nothing connected to this bill. In the underlying bill, there's nothing that is a nexus between the proposal as divided out and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll talk more later.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to explain the germaneness.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I appreciate the discussion that Senator Kavanaugh has raised here. I would disagree with his assessment of the germaneness. This bill came out of the exact same committee as the rest of the ones in this Christmas tree. It also touches on the same chapters of law that other parts of this Christmas tree touch on. Therefore, I think it's a pretty clearly germane amendment, and I would encourage, if there is a ruling in favor of the germaneness of this amendment, that we uphold that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I would rule that the amendment is germane to the bill. Senator Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
To overrule the chair.
The ruling of the chair has been challenged. Each member is allowed to speak once to the issue. Members may not yield time to one another. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whoa, there we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for yelling into the microphone there. Like I said, this is late and into the day. I'm sure everybody is ready. But again, this is not a specific attack on this amendment or this idea itself. It's this problem is we are getting a little too fast and loose with our attempt to move things. Everybody, we're in the end here and we want to get things passed, and we're all really excited, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate Senator Bostar's work on this bill. I know he's worked on this for years now, and the committee put together this large roaming package. But the reason my antenna went up on this was that this underlying bill has so much substance in it, and I could not find something that this particular section was germane to. Because I understand it came out of the same committee. That in and of itself is not enough to make something germane. And I understand that it has other sections that it touches on that are touched on the same sections as parts of the underlying bill, but that doesn't make it germane. Again, germaneness, the definition is, it has to be related only to the details of the specific subject of the bill and must be in the natural and logical sequence of the subject matter of the original proposal. The original proposal, which is not on the board anymore, is the underlying committee amendment, which has about 10 bills in it. And those 10 bills, none of them deal with car rentals, car insurance, or peer-to-peer car transactions. There's nothing that you would not read this underlying bill and say, oh, I think a car rental bill would go in here. So it's pretty straightforward on that. This bill has a lot of stuff in it. None of them is a peer-to-peer car rental in the logical, natural sequence derived from that. So I would ask for your green vote to overrule the chair, and then we can all move on to our Easter weekend. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Slama, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pretty succinctly stated my case. This bill came out of the exact same committee, touches on Chapter 44, which is touched on by several other bills in this package. As Senator Bostar is going to very eloquently repeat, this bill also touches on insurance. This is the insurance Christmas tree bill. So it's a pretty clear-cut case for me. I understand there are people in the rotunda that have heartburn over the bill. Again, this came out 8-0. Senator Bostar has done a wonderful job to neutralize opposition. I do not support using procedural, shenanigans. I hate myself for saying shenanigans to try to prevent this amendment from being attached. If Senator Kavanaugh opposes the bill being attached, he should argue that the amendment not be adopted. But in this case, I think there's a very clear-cut germaneness argument in favor of keeping Senator Bostar's bill on the package. And with that, I will yield my time to Senator Bostar. Oh, I can't yield my time. I'm sorry. Senator Bostar will have his chance to make his case. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bostar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I don't think that there's any current debate regarding whether or not the underlying bill, the underlying committee amendment represent an insurance package of legislation, right? I think that it seemed to even be established by Senator Kavanaugh that what we're talking about here is insurance legislation. And so the question is the provisions of LB 446 represented here being challenged, is that insurance legislation? And I think that there's a couple ways we can try to figure out whether it is or not. One is certainly whether or not it addresses the same sections as the other insurance bills, and it does. And then the question is it a car rental bill or is it insurance? And I would posit that it's insurance. What we're doing here is we are not creating the peer-to-peer car sharing industry that exists. It's currently operating in an unregulated manner. The biggest issue with that is insurance. So what this bill does is it reins in and offers protections for what is already happening. We're not creating the thing exists. We're establishing insurance regulations and provisions around that. It's an insurance bill. The other reason I think it's an insurance bill is that this is model legislation. The reason why we want to go with model legislation in this case is because we want consistency in the statutes and regulations around what is a national industry of vehicle sharing. So it's model legislation, but from where? It is model legislation from the National Council of Insurance Legislators, called NCOIL. This legislation was developed in consultation with folks who write insurance laws. That's where this comes from. Mr. President, this is an insurance bill, and primarily the challenge that it has, not from within the committee certainly, but the things that people would like to tweak about it are all insurance related, because fundamentally on its face, this is an insurance bill. And colleagues, I would encourage you to hold that this is germane to the package, the insurance package from the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee. Thank you all.
Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to close.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate Senator Bostar and Senator Slama on this, and especially their good-natured approach to it after what we've all been through together this week, and especially Senator Bostar in the last 2 days. I told him I was going to do this, and he did not get violent with me. So I appreciate that. But that said, again, this is a good example of where we can disagree about something. We can have a constructive conversation. I appreciate that Senator Slama said she didn't wholeheartedly disagree with me, which she often does. But again, I go to Senator Bostar says this is a bill about insurance. I don't think insurance overall captures it. I don't think you can put a bill that just happens to have car insurance in it into a health insurance bill. I don't think that you could put homeowners insurance into a car insurance bill. So this bill has a lot of stuff in it. And I think if we start relaxing our germaneness standard to such a degree, we're going to have problems. We had a conversation about how many bills are in bills the other day, and this one's got 10, and I think this division only has 1, but there's, I think, 4 or 5 in the other part of the division. But this is just about how we want to handle ourselves, whether we want to hold ourselves to the standards of our rules when moving bills forward, and whether we want to make sure, even if we might like something, or we might like the introducer, that we hold ourselves to a higher standard of making sure that bills follow the rules and we don't just jam something in because it is from the same committee. Same committee is not the standard. It has to be in the specific, it relates only to the details of the specific subject of the bill and must be in the natural and logical consequence. Peer-to-peer cars, not specific subject of this bill. Car insurance, not specific subject. There's many specific subjects of this bill. Neither of those are in it. And so that's why I raised this issue and submit to you to overrule the chair. A green vote would hold us to that standard of germaneness that we have in our rules. And so I ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
It was the ruling of the chair that the amendment was germane. The question before the body is the motion to overrule the chair. This motion will require 22 votes to be adopted. Question is the adoption of the motion to overrule the chair. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
9 ayes, 29 nays on the motion to overrule the chair, Mr. President.
The motion to overrule the chair fails. Mr. Clerk? For items?
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed from Senator John Kavanaugh to LB 1073. Committee reports concerning gubernatorial appointments from the General Affairs Committee, 2 appointments to the State Electrical Board and 1 to the Nebraska Arts Council. Communication from the Governor. Dear Mr. President, Speaker Arch, and members of the Legislature, I hereby respectfully request you withdraw Carlene Barger from consideration for confirmation of the State Board of Health. The appointee has indicated she is no longer able to serve. Sincerely, Jim Pilling, Governor. New LR 447 from Senator Kauth. That'll be laid over. LR 449 from Senator Kauth. LR 450 from Senator Kauth. LR 448 from Senator Kauth, all to be laid over. Senator Hansen, LR 451, also to be laid over. Amendment to be new LR from Senator Wayne, LR 452. That will be that the legislature extended its heartfelt sympathy to the family of Senator Scott Lautenbaugh. That will be laid over. Amendment to be printed to LB 1393 from Senator Hansen. Finally, Mr. President, priority motion. Senator Ballard moved to adjourn the body until Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m.
You've heard the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. We are adjourned.